just so we don't have like just a rough pattern as well after the shift after the call, and hopefully obviously we answer your chat as well. Like and then once you guys have any questions started, I'd love to answer you guys are comfortable. You guys just wait until the end. So I'm gonna just love the thing is just so we don't have like just a rough pattern as well after the shift after the call, and like I said, hopefully obviously we answer your chat as well. Like and then once you guys have any questions started, I'd love to just you guys are comfortable. You guys just wait until the end. So I'm gonna just love the thing is just so we don't have like just a rough pattern as well after the shift after the call.
Hello? Can you guys hear me? Yes? No? I'm generally pretty loud, so hopefully you guys can hear me okay. So this is my beautiful model, Tris. She's going to be my model today, and so you guys can see me, I'll sit here. So my name is Alexis Navarrete. I am a makeup artist of 10 years. I'm new to Vegas, but not new to the industry. Can you guys hear me? I'm LA-based. I'm generally pretty loud, so I've done runway. Hopefully you guys can hear me. With high fashion, my beautiful model, Tris. I've done my model editorial, so my makeup style is very glowy. So my name is Alexis Navarrete. I am a makeup artist of wet. I'm new to Vegas, showing you guys some tech to the industry. Can you guys hear me? I'm LA-based today. I'm generally pretty loud, so I've done runway. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I know that my beautiful model look is really trendy right now. The fluff editorial. So my makeup style is very glowy. So my name is Alexis Navarrete. Like I said, go ahead and very good questions for the end. I'm going to be showing you guys some tech to the industry. Can you guys hear me? I'm LA-based today. I'm generally pretty loud, so I've done runway. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I know that my makeup look is really so my Instagram handle is editorial. So my makeup style is very so my name is website. Like go ahead and very good questions for the end. I'm going to be showing you guys some tech to the industry. Can you hear me by prepping today? I'm generally pretty loud, and I'm going to hopefully you guys can hear me. I know that my makeup look is also my Instagram handle is editorial. So my makeup style is very so my name is website. Go ahead and very good questions for the end. This is a class that gives you your makeup. I'm going to hear me by prepping or if I'm generally whatever loud, and I'm going to hopefully you guys can hear me. I know that my makeup look is also my Instagram handle is editorial. So my makeup style is very so my name is website. Go ahead and very good questions for the end. This is a class that gives you your makeup. I'm going to hear me by prepping or if I'm generally whatever loud, and I'm going to hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't like to layer a lot of also my Instagram handle is editorial. So my makeup style is very so my name is website. Go ahead and very good questions for the end. This is a class that gives you your makeup. I'm going to hear me by prepping or if I'm generally whatever loud, and I'm going to hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't like to layer a lot of also my Instagram handle is editorial. So my makeup style is very so my name is website. Go ahead and very good questions for the end. This is a class that gives you your makeup. I'm going to hear me by prepping or if I'm generally whatever loud, and I'm going to hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't like to layer a lot of also my Instagram handle is editorial. So my makeup style is so my name is website. Now the oils are really tricky to work with, and this is a class, so I literally go in and by prepping or if I'm generally whatever loud, and I'm going to hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't like to layer a lot of also my Instagram handle is editorial. So my makeup style is so my name is website. Now the oils are really tricky to work with, and this is a class, so I literally go in and by prepping or if I'm generally whatever loud, and I'm going to hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't like to layer a lot of also my Instagram handle is editorial. So my makeup style is so my name is website. Now the oils are really tricky to work with, and this is a class, so I literally go in and by prepping or if I'm generally whatever loud, and I'm going to hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't like to layer a lot of also my Instagram handle is editorial. So my makeup style is so my name is website. Now the oils are really tricky to work with, this is a class, so I literally go in and I'm generally working on that. I don't like to layer a lot. Also, my Instagram has so now those are really tricky to work with. This is a class, so I literally go in and I'm generally working on that. I don't like to layer a lot. Also, my Instagram has so now those are really tricky to work with. This is a class, so I literally go in and I'm generally working on that. I don't like to layer a lot. Also, my Instagram has now those are really tricky to work with. This is a class, so I literally go in and I'm generally working on that. I don't like to layer a lot. Also, my Instagram now those are really tricky to work with. This is a class, so I literally go in and I'm generally working on that. I don't like to layer a lot. Also, my Instagram now those are really tricky to work with. This is a class, so I literally go in and I'm generally working on that. I don't like to layer a lot. Also, my Instagram now those are really tricky to work with. This is a class, so I literally go in and I'm generally working on that. I don't like to layer a lot. Also, my Instagram now those are really tricky to work with. This is a class, so I literally go in and I'm generally working on that. I don't like to layer a lot. And then hit the neck too. And then hit the neck too. Eyes, skin, and then also and then hit the neck too. Eyes, skin, and then also and then hit the neck too. Eyes, skin, and then also and then hit the neck too. Eyes, skin, and then also and then anytime I lay a product down, I'm going to go in and spoolie it out. So you can already see, gave her a little bit more shape. It looks a little bit more full, feathered. Okay, so I'll move so that you guys on this side can see what I'm doing. So it's nice and full and feathered. Then I'm going to work on this side now. Just do a little bit here. So what I also find that is helpful when you are, if you're not really great at either filling in your own brows or filling in brows when you have clients, what I like to do also, a little trick that I learned throughout the years, is if you brush the hairs down, it'll show you not only her natural shape, but if you turn this way, it'll show you her natural shape, but it'll tell you also where you need to fill in. So that'll also help you not over draw an eyebrow, overfill it, or make it too dark. So brush the hairs down, and I'm going to just fill it in. And then when you brush the hairs up, you get a really nice, full, filled in brow, and it looks really natural. And then anytime I lay a product down, I will go ahead and so if you have a heavy hand like me, this will be helpful. That also helps not overdo it. Just going to fluff these up. Okay, so I have a good base for the brows. Like I said, I don't want anything too dramatic or too defined, again, because we're going for a very glowy, effortless look. And we want to kind of make her look like she's just rolled out of bed, threw some bronzer highlight on, and she's good for the day. Okay. So now I'm going to take some concealer. Now I like to use a pretty heavy duty concealer. I like to use, in this case, I'm going to use the e.l.f. Camo Concealer. Or I like to use Tarte Shape Tape. The Benefit Boing Concealer is one of my favorites. I like it because it's thin and it's buildable. And you can keep building the coverage and it doesn't cake or crease up and get kind of funny. So again, I like to keep the creams on the back of my hand because the warmth of my body will keep the product's emollient. So if I'm, taking a while, like I can still reserve the product that's on my hand and it's not going to dry up, cake up, as opposed to having it on a palette. Once the air hits it, it's going to start to dry. So if you have it on the back of your hand, always make sure obviously the back of your hands are sanitized, clean, and you're using disposables and stuff like that. So, but in this case I have clean hands. And I'll keep moving side to side so you opposite sides can see exactly what I'm doing. So I'm just bringing that concealer down. And everything I keep very thin and light-handed. So if you're doing like bikini shoots, if you're doing like an outdoor shoot, bridal, this is a really good base makeup look because you can build it as you go. And you can add, take away, and it never looks cakey or thick. So that's the really awesome part, especially if you're doing shoots for a very long period of time. When you have the makeup that's thin, that's why I use full coverage products and I build them little by little. So not only is it creating longevity, but it's also, it looks natural. So if you're having, like, for example, like a shoot for 12, 14 hours, the makeup will always budge. It'll still look good and you can always build on top of it. And it's not gonna look like a cakey mess at the end of the day, and you're not gonna have to reapply as often. You can just blot, add a little bit of powder here, add a little bit of blush, touch up the lip, and keep it like that. So I like to use heavy duty products, but in a thin layer. And this brush is an It Cosmetics, it's a concealer brush. This brush is amazing for the under eye too. And it really airbrushes the product when you lay it on. So her eyelids are prepped and ready to go. And I like to drag this down a little bit. Here and then up. And you'll slowly start to see that her face will come together. We have the eyes, then we're going to start sculpting the eyes, then the cheeks, the skin, and it's all going to come together all at once. Okay. So I'm going to go in with my favorite palette at the moment. This is also a makeup artist staple. I'm a ride or die for Vizart or Viziart, however you would like to pronounce it. Let's see. So this is actually the neutral matte palette, and it looks like this. Makeup by Mario just launched something earlier in the year, and it looks pretty similar. It's like a little white palette. This palette packs a punch. All of Viziart palettes are like pretty much 50 to 60% pigment, so you need very, very little. I actually have a few of these, and these are really, really great. So I'm going to go in with, I don't think they have names or letters, but I'm going to kind of go into these two here. I never really work with just one shade. I always kind of mix, even with foundations. You'll see when I get to the skin portion, I mix a lot. So for here, open your eyes. So if you see here, what I'm going to do is bring in the color here in the socket of the eye, and I'm going to push it forward to the nose because we're going to really contour her nose. Is if you don't bring in the color all the way in, sometimes you'll get like a really awkward gap here with your eyeshadow, and you're like, why does my makeup look off? Or it can make your eyes look really far apart. But in this case, we want a very sculpted, glowy, effortless look. So I'm going to bring in that color all the way in here. Open. And you can already see, hopefully you guys can see, from all the way over there, you'll start seeing how defined her eye is going to start becoming. The more colors I lay down, the more definition you're going to get. So this will actually make your makeup look more expensive because it's really, what I've learned throughout the years, a very sculpted look is always in. Whether you're doing photo shoots, in order for you to capture the actual look correctly, every angle of the face, you want to highlight, contour, so everything photographs beautifully. So what I've learned throughout the years, and this is my own personal experience, I'm like, why does it look like I don't have a nose? Like when I take a picture or when I do a photo shoot, the nose seems to disappear. And it's also because I'm not bringing in that color, and you have that weird gap. So you'll notice that like more amateur makeup looks, you'll know, it's kind of hard to explain, but if you guys understand what I'm saying, you'll know. It'll look a little bit more amateur. So you always want to bring it in here, almost like pushing it into the brow. Or even if you do this on yourself with bronzer, and then you bring the color down when you cream contour, you'll notice a difference in your face. It'll look a lot more sculpted. It'll also look a lot more defined, and it makes you look thinner. So that's always a good thing. Okay. So now I'm going to transition into these two shades here. I like to work in threes. So anything that I do with the eyes, the skin, the lips, I work in threes. So you'll also notice that my technique is a little bit different. I like to work in a group of threes. So I'm going to work with those two colors. And then I'm going to start defining Triss's eye here. Okay. And then I always like to go in with a clean brush, no product, and blend it out. So anytime I lay a product down, I like to fluff it out, diffuse it. So I'm also not only sandwiching the products, but I'm also diffusing it in the process. And this comes with a lot of practice. Like I said, if you're doing like a group of 5 people, it becomes habit, like once you start getting used to this technique. So once you lay a product down, you diffuse it, sandwich more product, diffuse it, and you kind of layer it like that. And that's how you get that beautiful gradient, and you don't get so many harsh lines. Open. So I'm also, because I want to elongate her eye, what I'm going to do is I'm also going to pull the color out a little bit just to extend her eye a little bit more. And this is the clean brush. I'm no additional color. And then I'll move on this side so you guys can see what I'm doing. So here. It's kind of awkward angle for me. Okay. So just like that. Open. So now we're going to dip into the other side. Come on this side so that you guys can see what I'm doing. And when you bring in the color into the corner of the eye or into the brow, this also helps if you have really small eyes. Like I have really tiny eyes, not tiny, but smaller eyes. So when I use this technique, it makes my eyes look more like together, and it looks more defined. So I'm going to bring this color here. What you can also do to make it really bulletproof, you can use this with creams first. So you would do the same placement of what I'm doing with the powder. You would do it with a cream, like a concealer or like a flash palette. You can do that, and it'll give you the same effect, and it'll make you look a lot more sculpted and snatched. So I'm pushing that color into the brow. So I always like to keep a clean, fluffy brush handy. So I find that not only does it cut my work time in half, because I don't put the color down, blend it, get more. If I always have it on hand, it's just easier for me to kind of just build the color as I go. So it kind of will act like as an eraser. Let's see, a little bit more here. So I'm pulling this color out, just like that, building it slowly. Okay. And the blending brush that I'm using is a diffused crease. It's a E38 by Sigma. I love Sigma. If you're looking for a cheaper alternative, the Makeup Shack makes pretty good brushes too, or Delium makes really great brushes. Those are my favorite. So those are available at Namie's. And that's the cool thing about makeup nowadays, is you don't have to spend tons and tons of dollars. I started my kit with L'Oreal, And I mean, I didn't have the money that I have now to be able to purchase stuff. So I went on Amazon, bought little clear tubes, and I just bought L'Oreal foundations. And I would show up and my kit looked professional, everything looked legit. So I literally build my kit with a foundation of $5 or $6. So you don't have to spend so much money. You don't have to buy a plethora of eyeshadow palettes. You just need one good matte eyeshadow palette, one shadow palette with colors and shimmers, like your primaries, and you're good to go. And also you carry less. So like when I do work, I just carry this and my Zuka with just like little inserts of something else or my lights. But I don't carry like 500 bags because it's especially if you're working in the casinos. If you guys are makeup artists, you know it's a lot on your back. So less is more. So I think I'm good right there with her eyes. They're right where I want them. So you'll see if I have Tris turned this way, you'll see it's starting to come together as far as like the sculpt. Here, I'm going to blend out here. So it's like that natural contour, nose contour. So if you're not really good at nose contouring, when you bring in this shade and it hugs the brow, the color will pretty much guide you as to where to lay the contour down for the nose. Of course, contouring the nose is a little bit more on the tricky side, but we'll get to that point too. Now for the shimmer, I'm going to give her a pop of color on the lid, like a really, really pretty shimmer. Again, I'm going to go in with the Visart. This is the palette in Koi. This is amazing. I'm going to take this shimmery color here. I wish these had names or numbers, but they don't. Sorry, guys. So I'm going to just apply this mostly on the ball of her eye open. And with these, you don't have to wet them. That's what I like too. They're a little bit more on the dry side, but they perform really, really well. And we're keeping the eyes really simple. We're not doing anything too elaborate today. And then I'm going to go in with a fluffy brush again. And I'm going to go back into my mattes palette, and I'm going to go in with that really pretty orange here. And I'm going to really warm up her eye now. Open. So I'm going to keep building that color. And then I'm going to do it on the other side. So this is mostly going to go kind of in the crease. Okay. And since Tris has really pretty blue eyes, orange really makes it pop. So that's why I like to use like burnt oranges, burnt tones on her. Just like that. And then once we throw the lashes on there, give her a little bit smoked out lower lash line, it's going to all come together. So I'm going to come back to the eyes depending on how intense I want to go. I'm going to just leave it like this. And I'm going to actually start working on her skin. I like to take the Tatcha Dewy Mist and what's damp now. I usually like to work with a dry sponge only because when the sponge is wet, it absorbs more product and you actually use more product. If you want to go for a very sheer look, dampen it. If you want more full coverage, leave it dry. Because what that's going to do, it's going to open the pores of the sponge and it's just going to eat all that product. So if you want it full coverage, dry, shear it out, wet. So I have a dry one and then I have a wet one. So I'm going to use the pink one. So I did different colors so you guys can see. So the pink one I'm going to use wet and the black one I'm going to use dry. Now, a lot of people have a love and hate relationship with Huda Beauty because it's too thick, too heavy. But I'm going to show you a really cool way to use Huda Beauty and make it look really natural. Again, it's all technique and it's all how you use the product. And because we prepped her skin really well and we're going to go in with a damp sponge, it's going to shear it out a little bit. So I'm going to go in with the color Chai on the back of my hand. And then I'm going to do custard. Again, I always mix because I'm never satisfied with either undertones or finish. I like to do mixing. That's just kind of my thing. Now, turn this way. To get more of that coverage too, I like to roll the product instead of pouncing it, which will deliver the product beautifully. It'll still give you full coverage. But I find if you roll it, it's not only going to shear it out, but it's going to make it look more like skin. So you're pushing it into the skin. And then always get the ear. Especially if you're doing brides and they have their hair up and it's hot, or they're like stressing out, their ears will be beet red and their face will be nice and bronze, and you're like, that looks kind of funny, especially in pictures. So you can see here as I'm rolling the product, and I used like not even half a pump. So heavy duty foundations can actually look really natural. It's all on technique. Even with, you know, shadows and using certain tools, you can make a $5 foundation look like a $60 foundation. It's all skin prep. Obviously invest in pretty good tools just to, you know, help you out. But for the most part, you don't need really, really expensive foundations anymore. If you're on a budget and you're trying to build your kit, I really do like L'Oreal. I like L'Oreal because it is very thin as far as formula goes. It's buildable and it looks like skin. And their foundations are actually amazing to contour with. I don't like to contour with concealer because I feel like it's too thick and it's creating more texture to the skin. I like to keep everything very thin, very buildable, very light. So again, that'll also help you when you're doing shoots. The thinner you keep it, the easier it'll be to build. And the makeup will look fresh, like you just applied it every single time. So you'll see I'll keep going back because I don't like to put like a whole glob of foundation. I like to work a little bit at a time. Turn this way. And the Huda Beauty is actually very, very matte. So that's why I like to dampen my sponge with a dewy mist, because not only is it going to shear it out, but it's also going to make it look luminous. So I really like to kind of manipulate my products how I like, what I want it to do. If I want a very matte foundation, I don't just go in with a matte foundation and call it a day. There's different techniques that I like to use. If it's a very glowy foundation, like how do I look glowy all day, make it last, but it's not gonna also break up and I don't look like I'm sweating. So that's what I'm gonna show you guys now. This is a matte foundation. Get the ear here. And you'll see it photographs really pretty too when you use this technique. And I like to avoid the eye area, again, because the under eye doesn't produce sebum or oil. If you apply too much powder to something that's too thick or too drying, it's just going to look more, like the lines are going to look more defined, and it's just going to look dry, like you have not drank water in weeks. So I like to avoid the eye area and just kind of go around it. Just like that. And then always bring it down the neck. So for the complexion, I like to do a damp sponge because I like a really hydrated looking skin. For the under eyes and like cream contour, I like to go in with a dry sponge. If you're doing a group or multiple people, obviously the Beauty Blender would not be ideal. If you're doing a bride, this would be more ideal. You can use the little disposable sponges. That works really well too. It'll just take you a lot longer because they're like really small. So now that I'm pushing that in, you can still see it looks like skin. She still has that glow from the prep, and it doesn't look super dry. So I'm just going to do a thin layer of this. And then now I'm going to go in with my black dry sponge. And I'm going to go in with the Juvia's Place concealer. This is number 18. So I'm going to mix a little bit of 18 and 19 because 19 is a little bit more pink. And I like to keep the under eyes a little bit bright. Okay, so look up. So now I'm pouncing. Turn this way so you can see. This way. And I'm pretty much letting the Beauty Blender define or clean up the shadow for me. I'm not really a fan of like super, like, you know, like a harsh line when you do eyeshadow. So I like to use a Beauty Blender because it's still defined. Turn this way. It's still defined, but it's really clean. It's really soft still, so it doesn't look very like amateur. It's still, you know, soft. It looks clean. It's polished. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of 18 and 19. And I actually just discovered this concealer, which is crazy because I've been ride or die for Tarte Shape Tape. Again, that's kind of a hit or miss for some people, but if you use a little bit at a time, and it's all technique, if you use that correctly, you'll see that it creates a very beautiful, flawless under eye, and it doesn't look cakey if you apply the right amount. If you apply too much, it's just going to be a hot mess, and it doesn't look right. So if you're looking for something that's a little bit on the more inexpensive side, Juvia's Place is great. Their foundation is actually really amazing too. So, and you need very little because it's so full coverage. So to clean up the outer edges, I'm going to roll it kind of like that. And that cleans up the outer eye for me. Turn this way. Let's see here. Now the reason I like to work in threes is because the skin, our natural skin, if we're not wearing any makeup, it's not just one dimensional. We have pigmentation, we're a little bit darker on one side because the sun hits us on one side because we drive. So the skin is never ever one dimensional. It's always 2 to 3 dimensional because we have different shades in our skin. So you could even see Tris, her skin is beautiful, but she's a little bit more on the pink side in certain areas. Certain areas she's a little bit more tan. Again, because the sun hits her body or face in a different way. So now I'm going to go back with that foundation brush, or I'm sorry, the Guerlain brush. I love this for cream contouring. And I'm actually going to go in with a foundation stick to contour. Like I said, I don't really like to contour with concealer because, again, it adds another layer of texture to the skin. And when you contour with a very thin product, you can always build it and build it and build it and build it. And you'll see when you start layering it more, it'll still look really, really glowy and really natural, as opposed to a concealer. Not only is a concealer really cakey, but once it dries, like, it's very hard to blend. If you work a little bit slower, once the concealer is on, and if you're not blending it, you'll notice more of like a line, and it looks very harsh, and you're like, okay, like, what's going on? And that's usually the case. So again, where I laid that foundation down, I'm going to apply this stick. And if you guys can find this, I've only found this, I believe, at Target or Walmart. This is the Infallible Longwear Shaping Stick. So this is a foundation. It's like the Infallible foundation, but in a stick form. I don't know if, like, you can still find this. I find it randomly, like, when I go to Target or Walmart. So if you can find this is in the color Cocoa. This is absolutely beautiful. It's so buttery. It's so creamy. So if you can find it, get the color Cocoa. And then what I'm going to do, so the remaining of that foundation and the contour color that I just put, I'm going to blend them together, just like this. So I have a darker color here of what I just laid down, and I'm also diffusing the contour color with a little bit of that leftover foundation. So that's also going to allow me to build the color without looking super muddy, super intense. I'm going to tell the product exactly what I want it to do. So I'm going to start in the center of the head here, the forehead, and then I'm going to push this into her hairline. And the reason I like to do the concealer first is I find that if you do the contour first and then you put the concealer on top, you always get that line. Like, you can tell where the concealer starts and where the contour starts. But if you do the concealer first, the contour will just hug the concealer, and it'll marry together, and it looks super flawless and really blended. So I like to push this into her hair. If you have someone that's like platinum blonde, just be careful when you're pushing the product in, because then you'll get like that orange hairline and it's not cute. So always be careful. Or if someone has like a lace front, always be mindful of, you know, where you're putting the product. But in this case, since her hair's slicked back, I'm just gonna push it, because you don't want it to be really bronze and then you can see her hairline that's like very white, because then it looks funny again too. So always be mindful of that. And then I'm going to turn her this way, and then with the contour, I'm going to push it up, because I really want that to hug her cheekbone. Yeah, if you guys can find this brush, definitely pick it up. If you're looking for something that's a little bit more cost efficient, e.l.f. makes a really great one. I believe it's called the Foundation Buffing Brush, and it's dual. So it's white hair, black hair, and it's very dense. It'll give you the same effect as this if you don't want to spend $48 on a brush. So now the reason I flick up is because if I'm just doing this, I'm dragging her cheeks down. And we want everything to go up, out. So everything's nice and sculpted. So you'll see the difference. I'll go on this side so you guys can see. Turn this way. See? Oh, let's get the little hairs. So you can see immediately the difference between this side and this side. Obviously, we're not done. So I'm going to go back with my damp sponge, no additional product, and that's why I like to use this guy as my little blender, because not only is it damp, so it's going to shear out whatever harshness I have, but it's also going to keep everything nice and fresh and wet looking. So here, there's a harsh line that I can see from up here, and then the hairline also. just going to run these like that. Turn this way for me, Tris. Perfect. Now, so then this side can see what I just did on the opposite side, so I'm not blocking everyone. I'm going to do the same thing on this side. And I'm going to saturate my brush again, work it on the back of my hand. And I really like to build the product. And you'll see, the more I add, the better it's going to look, and it looks very like thin and natural, but she's full coverage. So that's also the key to full coverage glowy glam, because when you think of, well, I mean, at least when I think of glowy, I think of, oh, it's like water-based foundation. It's not going to last. It's too thin. It's a BB cream. It's a CC cream, a tinted moisturizer. That's not always the case. So that look is still achievable with full coverage products. It's just how you do it. So with that sponge, I'm hugging the outer portion of the eye, or the cheek here. So you'll see now she has a little bit more warmth. She's not quite sculpted like I would want her, but we're getting there. So with that same color, this time I'm going to push the product. So you'll see I'm using the same shade, and it's going to look like it's a different color, but it's not. You're tricking the eye, and it's all how I'm pushing it in. And then always hit a little bit of the ear, because her hair's up and we don't want to send her off with different color ears. So just like when I was working on her eyes, I had that clean blender brush. This is now my clean blender brush. It's a clean, kind of clean sponge, where because there's a little bit leftover foundation, it's also going to help blend and sandwich everything together. Or if you're not really a fan of using sponges, sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. It just kind of depends on, one, what I'm doing, and two, my the situation. If I'm doing like a group, like, okay, I can't, use 5 different sponges on people, but if like she was like my bride, this is what I would do. Or you can just stick to the brush. Now with the leftover product I have, I'm going to turn this way. From the back of the ear, push this forward. So turn this way so you can see she looks a lot more chiseled here. Again with the sponge. Turn this way. From here, like the back of the jaw here, and then I'm pushing it forward. Face forward. And then here. And I hug that little chin just to make her look nice and sculpted. Then always go in and blend, because we don't want that harsh contour chin or neck. And then just always drag it down. Now, I'm going to go in with cream blush. Now, I know for some, cream blush can be very intimidating, but I'm going to show you a couple of techniques of how you can apply it where it's not as intimidating and it's easy to use and build. So I'm currently obsessed with the Rare Beauty pinch blushes. These are super pigmented. They have very nice undertones and very nice colors. So this one is Joy, and then the other one is Happy. So this is a dewy pink, and this is like a coral. I love to mix these. If you're darker, or if you have someone that's very fair, you can use the color Bliss. These are like my 3 go-to. So sometimes I'll mix these 2, sometimes I'll mix these 2, sometimes I'll mix these 2. I have a purple one in there too for someone that's a lot warmer or darker. And you can literally create any blush with these. You can use them on your lids, you can use them on the lips, you can use them on the cheeks. You can do so much with these. So today I'm going to use the hot pink and the coral. And again, I'm building on whatever I have on the back of my hand. And I'm going to do about 2 dots and of each, and then kind of work off of there. I'm going to take, let's see, no, okay. Oh, here it is, a duo fiber. This is actually a Morphe M427. I like it because not only is it duo fiber, so it's going to apply the color softer. Duo fibers, they disperse color a lot more lighter than if it was just a natural hairbrush. So I like to take this brush and kind of saturate it a little bit, just like that. And then for cream blush, it's all placement too. And the cool thing about cream blush is if you apply too much, you can go in with your sponge or brush with leftover foundation and just kind of diffuse it. As opposed to powder, once you apply too much powder, let's say you apply like a hot pink blush, you're like, oh my God, it looks really bad. You're gonna have to add powder and then add powder and add powder. And what are you doing? You're making the skin not only look dry, but you're also adding more texture to the skin. And the skin is not gonna look like skin. It's just gonna look like the person has never drank water. And we don't want that look. So I'm really gonna saturate my brush. And then I'm going to push this back into the temple, because if I put the blush too close, it's going to shrink the face. And like I said, I want to elongate and sculpt the face, so I'm going to keep it high up. And whatever is left, I'll just kind of bring it forward. So turn this way, that way. So see how she's still really dewy. And then whatever is left, I'm going to kind of hit the temple a little bit. And then because my brush is saturated, we don't need to add any more blush from the actual tube. I can work off of the back of my hand. And then I'm going to bring it back into the temple. So you can see here, look forward and look back. And then with the Beauty Blender again, that was damp, I'm going to go in and marry those colors together, the bronzer, the blush, the concealer. I'm going to go in and hug it, sandwich it, blend it together, so there's absolutely no harsh lines. So she's still defined, but she's blended and she just looks really dewy and really radiant. Now I don't like to set until the very, very end. So I'm satisfied with the finish, till I'm satisfied with the blend, then I'll go in and set with very little powder. And I'm very particular about where I also lay the powder, because I don't like the very matte look. I mean, unless, you know, if you're doing a client that's extremely oily, obviously you would have to kind of alter the techniques. You wouldn't obviously do so much glow. You would, the skin prep would probably remain the same because it's universal, and your foundations and stuff, you probably wouldn't use so many glowy products like the cream blush, because also it will enhance texture. Okay, so I'm going to actually contour Triss's nose now with the same concealer that I used, the stick. I'm going to use very little. And I'm going to be using an Oval 3. If you are not great at contouring, this brush will change your life. It's very, not only dense, but it's very thin. And all you do is just paint on the actual contour, and then you just diffuse it, and then you have a nose contour. So I'm going to, so you can already see, because I brought the shadow in, she's already defined. So that's a guideline. It's going to tell me exactly where I need to place this product. So you'll see here, just going to bring it right down. So if you turn this way, you can see the snatch nose is in process. And then I'm going to, with that It Cosmetics brush that I used to base her eyes, no additional product, I'm going to diffuse this. And if I feel like, okay, she could use a little bit more definition, then I'm going to go back in from here and just drag it down. So you can see here, turn. Okay, face me. And then I'm going to drag it down. So I'll move so these people on this side can see. So I'll repeat the same process on this side. So again, you have your guideline here, and then you're just going to drag it down just like that. So again, this is the Oval 8. I've had this brush for many, many years. So if you can find it, definitely pick it up. I think with these brushes, you can buy them separately. It's Artiste. So if you can find it, or if you can buy the kit, it's a really great investment. And then here, I'm going to diffuse the nose. And I want to push her nose up a little bit more. So I'm going to put the color under. So now, no bad angles. See? That's the key to contouring, is doesn't matter what side is your best side. If you do contouring correctly, every side's your good side. That's my motto. So, and that's what's really cool again about that foundation stick is that it's so thin, guys, that you can keep building it. Like if I want to just contour her all day, I can keep doing that and she's still going to look dewy. And she's not going to look heavy, thick, cakey. It's still going to photograph really pretty, and it's going to last because we're going to set it with a longevity spray, and she's going to look like that all day. So I think we're good there. I'm just going to blend out a little bit more. So we still want her to be defined, but we don't want her to be looking too harsh. Now what I'm going to do with whatever's left on my brush, I'm going to take that color and I'm going to hug the bottom of her lip just like this. So this is going to act as a contour, like lip contour. So you don't really need a ton of product. So this is going to still make her lips look really pouty without having big lips. So if you have tiny lips, or if you want like an extra little oomph, you can try this technique. Again, going in with the Beauty Blender. Just like that. And then I'm going to go in with some lip liners now. I'm going to use KKW Nude 2. This is like my favorite. And I'm going to also use NYX or NYX Nude Truffle, if I can find it. Okay, so NYX Nude Truffle, and then this one is actually the brand Italia. I don't know if you guys heard of it. It's very, very inexpensive. I grew up using Italia products. Like when I would go to like the flea market and stuff, I would buy these pencils because they were cheap. They were like $1, and I still use them to this day. So KKW 2, and then Italia pencil in Cafe. If you can find these, get them. I think Makeup Shack actually carries them, if you can find them. And Nude Truffle by NYX. So I'm working with 3 shades. So I have a very light color, a medium color, and a darker color. So I'm going to take the Nude Truffle first, and I'm going to warm it up on the back of my hand. And this one, you're not really going to be able to see it because it's pretty light. So this is just my building color. So just like that. Then I'm going to take the KKW 2. I go through these like crazy. I love this color. Or if you don't want to buy the KKW, you can buy ColourPop BFF2 and BFF3. Those are like my go-to. They look great on everyone. If you have someone that's a little bit darker, you can use BFF4, I believe. I'm sorry. Yeah, BFF2 and 3. And then if you have someone that's darker, use BFF4 or KKW number 3. So it's slowly coming together. Now I'm going to go in with the Italia lip liner in Cafe. And I'm just going to lightly kind of hug the edges because I'm going to go in with a lip color. So she looks a little dark right now, but that's okay. That's what we want because we want the definition. I'm going to take a lip palette that I customized. I'll try my best to reference lip shades. If you have Anastasia liquid lipsticks or you like them, I like Pure Hollywood, Naked, what's the other one? Naked, Pure Hollywood, and Peaches. It's my go-to a lot. So I use kind of transition between those three. So I'm going to take, hopefully you guys can see, so this is kind of something I've customized. I'm going to just kind of dip into a few colors here. Again, I don't ever just use one. And then I'm going to mix those together. So these are just traditional like lipstick bullets. So this is going to be my base, and then I'm going to go in with something a little bit on the lighter side. So I'm going to be going in with Anastasia Naked now. Or I'm sorry, Stripped. Stripped, Naked, and Pure Hollywood, and Peaches are my favorite. Especially nowadays because of the masks. I like just a traditional lipstick bullet, and then if I have a bride, I'll tell them, like, hey, these are the colors if you want them for touching up. But if that's not the case, I just like to go into a liquid lip and then still hydrate with a gloss. But I don't put the gloss all over because then that's what breaks up the product. So now I'm going to go in with, this is my favorite gloss. It's just an OG staple. This is just MAC Clear Gloss. You can use this on the eyelids if you're doing editorial. You can use this as a gloss, eye gloss. So it's very universal and it's clear, so you can't go wrong with it. So I like to just put a little bit on the high points of the lip. If you are someone that doesn't like gloss but you like the way it looks, try this tip. Instead of putting it all over, just put it on the high points of the lip. You can just put it on the Cupid's bow and then right in the center, like on the powder part of the lip, that's where you're going to want to apply the gloss. So you'll see here. So right on the Cupid's bow is where I'm putting this nice thick gloss. And her lips are immediately going to look nice and plump. And then on the pillowy parts of the lip is where I'm going to kind of put a little bit more. Just like that, so you can see. And she's pretty full coverage. If you're up close, you can see like, wow, she looks absolutely flawless up close. And she's very, very full coverage. But from a distance, you can't really tell because she looks very natural. Now, before I start highlighting her, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with a cream highlight now. And this is my favorite highlight wand from Charlotte Tilbury. I took the sponge off because it was just driving me nuts, so I just pulled it off, and now I just squeeze it on, and I feel like it's a lot more sanitary too. So I'm going to just roll some on my finger. And then with the dry sponge, the black one, I'm going to pick up product. So this is just going to be my base. Turn me straight. Very little. And then for the powder portion, to set that highlight, I'm going to actually go in with the Danessa Myricks Lightwork palette. This is really, really pretty. There's a darker one that I have too for a darker skin tone. So there's gold. You can use these as shadows, which I'm probably going to top her eyes with a little bit more after I'm done. And I'm going to take this brush from Day Makeup. It's the F20. And I like to just kind of swirl my brush in there and just kind of make my own shade. And then this is like really intense too, so you'll see. Turn this waitress, and then turn around. Now I can see harshness, so again I'm going to go in with that sponge and marry everything together. I'm a stickler about like harsh lines and stuff like that, so I like to really take my time with that. And then again, look forward. And then I'm going to get the bridge of her nose too. And then I'm going to go in with the Beauty Blender, the pink one, the damp one. Because this is going to shear out all the product again because it's damp. Okay, so now we're going to powder the face. So this is where I get very picky with how and where I put powder because I don't want it to look too dry. So I'm going to use the MAC Mineral Skin Finish in medium golden and Give Me Sun. I like to mix these together. So these are really, really amazing. I just like to swirl my brush, and that's what I'm going to use to set all of my beautiful contour. And then, again, we're not blending like this, we're flicking up because we want to keep the sculpt. Turn this way. And then hit the ear always, jaw. Face forward. And then I'm going to use the medium golden just to set all over her face now. And I like the MSF because, or I like the Charlotte Tilbury powders too, which I'm also going to use for the under eye. They're very thin. And they're very buildable also. But if you're doing, obviously, like you're working with hot lights, you want to go in with something that's a little bit more studio friendly, HD obviously. If you don't want to carry like a plethora of different colors, you can just do Makeup Forever. The HD translucent powder is really good. The NARS iridescent powder, or I think it's iridescent. It's like the little square one. It's white. That one's really great too, but it you get bounce back with flash. So you have to use it very, very like thin and not so heavy because when you like photograph, it'll look very, very white and you're like, oh my God, it looks so bad. So just very little. And then I'm going to take Charlotte Tilbury number 2 for the under eye. This is my favorite powder. I love Charlotte Tilbury. So I'm going to take a little bit of this guy, kind of load up my brush. And then And I'm only applying this in the center of the face because I want it to look very soft and airbrushed. And then to brighten, I'm going to use a brightening powder. This one is actually from KKW. I go through these like crazy. Number 2 Brighten is amazing. It's really compact too. The packaging kind of sucks because it's hard to open, but if you guys can get your hands on this, because you guys can see I really love this powder. I like to apply this just in the center of the face. That's the only downside, is it's hard to open. So I'm just applying it right here, and you'll see immediately she looks a lot brighter. I don't really bake. It's very rare when I bake. Or I'll do a thin layer, let it sit for like a minute, dust it off, and then I press it in with the brightening powder, and it's also going to not only diffuse the makeup, but it's going to make it look like that, you know, the center of the face is really airbrushed and blown out. So I'm just pushing this product in exactly where I want it. And then with the Beauty Blender, the damp Beauty Blender, I'm going to go in and just roll it on there. Just like that. Okay, so now I'm going to start working on her under eye. We're going to do lashes, body glow, and then we're going to call it a wrap. So for the under eyes, I'm going to keep it very simple, very minimal. I'm going to take the warmer 2 colors that I used earlier. Okay. And I'm just going to bring this together. I mean, if you want to get really fancy with it, you can do like a colored liner. You could do black. You can do a brown. In this case, I'm going to just stick to powder, and I'm going to really, look up, I'm going to really define the under eye with just powder. Look up. So I'm just smoking it out a little bit. And then with a very thin flat brush, I'm going to go in with the dark, it's hiding, a very, very thin flat brush like this, or a flat concealer brush. And I'm going to go in with that dark brown and just really push my brush in there. And then this is going to act as a liner. So I'm just going to push this into her lashes. And then we can do either, you know, individuals or just mascara. Like that. Okay, quick water break. I'm going to use, actually I'm going to use Killer Caramel by Too Faced Cosmetics in her waterline. Just like that. A little bit more water. My mouth's dry. Okay, and then I'm going to go in with the Beauty Plug Lashes 909. I'm actually the owner of the Beauty Plug Lashes, so you actually have the lashes in your goodie bags today, and then the makeup bags. So I'm going to use the style 909. So if you got this one, this is the one I'm using today. So it's really flared out, really cute. See. So I'm going to break the band. So because the eyes are so minimal, I'm going to really play it up with the lashes. Because they're really flared out, it's going to make it look like she has a wing, but she doesn't. Okay, and then I have a mascara here. This is a completely brand new mascara that I'm going to use on Tris. This is my favorite mascara. This is the L'Oreal Carbon Black. Look up. It's really inexpensive and it works really good too. I like the waterproof formula. So whenever I have a bride, I'll get her own tube. It's $5. So you just give it to them. Look down. Okay. Look down. And then I'm going to actually tightline her lashes with the Killer Liner from Too Faced again, but in black. I have pretty much all of them. I love the brown, black, and the nude. These are staples. These, if you wear contacts or if you have someone that has really watery eyes, these are absolutely amazing. They don't budge. You don't have to set them with powder, and the nude one actually stays nude all day long. You don't have to like reapply it, or it doesn't turn gray if you tightline the waterline, or I'm sorry, the lash line. It won't transfer to the bottom and it won't turn gray on you. So the nude one is really, really good. But today I'm just going to use the black just to tightline under her lashes. Down. So I'm going to just push her open. Down. Open. So pretty. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit more mascara because I want her eyes to look really, really full. Look down. So I like the base of the lash to look really, really dark. Like a model. Looks good. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to the body part. This is my favorite part of makeup. I'm going to use the Melanie Mills Rose Gold and Opalescent again because I can never just stick to one. So I'm going to just do a little bit of Opalescent. Actually, I'm going to do a little bit more on this side. So I'm going to hit a little bit of Tris's arms too. And I'm going to use, this is the MM01. This is the body brush. So I'm going to just mix these two colors together. And I'm going to bring it up to the neck. So this is just going to be a base. And I'm going to add probably a little bit more because it's not glowing enough for me. So this is really nice too because once it sets, it doesn't budge. And then we're going to set it with the mist from Melanie Mills too, and it's really, really good. And then I'm going to top it off with the dry oil. And if you're doing bridal work, you want to stick to a dry oil because if you just stick to a regular body oil and it's like goopy and thick and runny, if you get that on someone's dress, it's game over. So you always want to stick to a dry oil. It'll still give like a shimmery effect, but it's not going to transfer or like ruin someone else's dress, or you know, if they're wearing a white top or a silk top. Now I'm going to use Patrick Ta. This is the Major Glow Oil in A Vision and A Dream. So it's champagne and it's a rose gold. So I'm going to just drown Tris in this. And then this stuff smells like candy. He needs to come out with a fragrance. It smells so good. So I'm just going to paint it on. And this is a dry oil, so once it sets, it's going to also lock in the base that we used. So if you give it a minute, it'll completely dry. This on the legs, oh my goodness, it's beautiful. If you don't want to spend a ton of money on the Patrick Ta ones, or if you want to just choose one product, maybe Melanie Mills or like an oil and then the body product, L'Oreal makes a really great one. It's called Beach Body. If you can find it still, I believe it's part of like their Luminous collection. It's like a little bottle. It's a pump. It's like a peach little bottle. It's just called like the body. That works amazing too. It's literally strobe cream for the body. It's amazing. So once you kind of really work it in, it's already dry, so it won't lift. So I just keep pushing it in. And then I'm going to set her her body with the Melanie Mills Gleam Sealing Spray. So I'm gonna again, if you have a bride, don't do it with their dress on because we don't want any product. And then I'm gonna do the Tatcha mist. Close. I'm gonna cover the eyes. Sorry. And then I'm going to go in with a damp beauty sponge, the pink one again, and I'm going to push that product in there. And then for the last touch, I'm going to just set the blush with a little bit of blush powder. And I'm going to use Warm Honey from Cover FX. I love these because they're duos, so I like to just swirl my brush. And then I'm going to just keep this on the high points of the face. Just like that. And then the duo part is really cool too because it acts as a highlighter. Just brush it on the top. And that's it. So that's the final look. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, now questions. Anyone questions? No? Yes? Don't be shy. Yes. It's not really high transfer bacteria. I do clean the brow pencil that I used. I'm all giving that to Tris today. So the brow pencil, I like to clean it with alcohol, or I just kind of, unfortunately, kind of have to break it off. But if it's the wood pencils, those don't apply as well. Unfortunately, the market hasn't really released a brow pencil that's more hygienic, but I mean, that's pretty much what I would do. Like I typically I just break it off, or I scribble some on and then I sanitize it with alcohol. Okay. Yes. Mhm. Mhm. I just keep stacking it. If you see my hand, there's gloss, there's everything on there. Obviously, in between clients, you wipe off your hands, sanitize. I do the whole process all over again, but for the most part, I always keep my hand with a mixture of all the products. Again, you'll also be able to achieve this look again because I'm going in with the sponge, and because I'm mixing all of the colors together, it looks more seamless, and there's no division between where I'm laying the products. So if you can see here, to even her cheeks, everything's really seamless. And for me, what technique that I like to use is the back of the hand, again, because everything is kind of a concoction together, and when you're laying down the product, everything just kind of merges together and it looks really flawless. Yes. Okay. And then, so I'll bring the lights a little bit closer so you guys can see. You have another question? Sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So color correction is a whole nother ball game. So in this case, we didn't have to use color correction. Maybe in the next class, we can kind of gear the class more towards color correcting. But I definitely would, and because the makeup is still full coverage, it'll still cover. If you're doing something very sheer, that's where you would have to build coverage as opposed to color correction. But it's a very finicky line, so it's kind of hard for me to like say because I have to like physically show you. But yes, I would color correct most definitely if she had pigmentation. Yep. Yes. The moisturizer, it's actually Kiehl's. It's the Ultra Face Moisturizer. This one has sunscreen. The sunscreen is 30, so it's still technically low. Anything above 30, you're gonna have disruption with photography. So I would not keep it, I would keep it under 30. 15 is still good too. Anything like 35, 40, 50, you're gonna get bounce back. Yeah. It's the Kiehl's Ultra Facial Moisturizer. This one has SPF 30. There's one with no SPF, but if you're doing like outside shoots, beach shoots, I would totally do something with a little bit of SPF just to kind of protect your model. You could even use this on your hands and stuff like that, so it's really good. Yes.
Similar thing there as well. We're using a additional light to this. This light is amazing because
I don't have my
it changes the color of the light. Not the color, but yeah, the color, I guess, the warmth is what I'm trying to say, the kelvins. So it can go very cool, it can go very cool tone, or it can go very warm tone.
Yeah.
The 4300 kelvins set up right now, it's kind of like a golden hour setup, I guess. So I love using it. The reason why I love this light is because it doesn't have to be connected to the electricity. So that way, let's say you're out in the desert or somewhere, you can really take pictures and videos. And also, I like
down here. It's pretty.
The camera right on the client. You can definitely see the difference of how beautifully, like, just warms up the colors of the makeup. So yeah, you can show them. Do you have a phone?
No, you could. I'll use your phone. My phone's somewhere over there.
There you go. There you go. So she can show you how she takes pictures of the client, and we'll talk about social media and content creation a little bit more. So let me take this a little bit back so you
Yeah.
can go around her. And don't forget your.
Yeah, I know.
Don't
I have to sanitize that one. So I like to kind of keep it either above or kind of, so turn a little bit that way, like that. Like to capture the highlight first and then the video. Okay. And then I like to, the cool thing about this, this light is that you can kind of take it with you wherever your phone goes, and it's portable. It's chargeable, so you throw it in your kit. So if the light, if you don't have panels or you're on a budget, you want to start small, this is really good too to take with you. Helps you see really well too, so you guys can actually see the glow. And it's actually really strong. It packs a punch for like being a little light. It does the job, so it's really great. So I'm gonna do portrait, and then kind of just stick right here, and right there.
Lighting is very important. We'll talk a little bit more about lighting as well. But the reason why lighting is fine is because
Look down.
And sometimes green lights can be
Perfect.
cool just because they're very white, they're a little bit more blue side. And with warm lighting, the colors always show a little bit better. Cool light can kind of wash away the colors. That's why I like this because it's a little bit warmer. So you can really showcase the true color of whatever you're doing at the time, right? Same thing with
You still have 20 minutes. You're good.
really showcase those highlights and really like kind of hit the lightest color, so you can really show dimension of the whole look. Same with hair, makeup, body glow, obviously. We do when you have a little break or after the event, we do have some of the products she used. We have over there you can check it out. We also sell it as well, and we often check all the products we have. So you can go ahead and whenever you guys want to check out the whole setup over there. We carry the Melanie Mills glow. We carry a bunch of products she used today, so you can guys just check it out. Angela.
Do you guys have any more questions before I leave? Yes. The pink one? It's Guerlain. Unfortunately, I don't know why that brush doesn't have like a name, but you can probably just look it up on their website. Yeah, there's no name on it unless it probably rubbed off, but it's just Guerlain. You're welcome. Any more questions? No? Okay.
Don't be shy, okay? No? Okay. No more questions? No? Okay.
Oh, I did. We used the Tatcha Dewy Mist. Yeah, we used Tatcha Dewy Mist, and then we used also the Gleam Body Sealing Spray. So this is a sealing spray for the body. Typically, face and body, I would use this, or I would use the Krylon Fixing Spray. If you're a makeup artist and you have access to Namies, that is like my holy grail. I've done beach shoots where the model is completely submerged underwater, and when they come up, it's still intact. So it's called Krylon Fixing Spray if you can get it. If not, this is really excellent too. Mm-hmm.
The color goes to face and body, like she said, if you're going to the pool or something, you can kind of seal in the color so it doesn't move around. Awesome. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you guys for watching me, and hopefully I taught you something. Thank you so much. Okay, you're good.
Okay, so she's gonna go. You have to go to work, right? Thank you for being our model today. You look beautiful. Can I just grab a couple more pictures of you, and then I'm gonna let you go. Yes, you can go ahead. So I'm just gonna take a couple more videos, and then the madam can get ready whenever you're ready.
I'm just going to bring my stuff to the side. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Then make sure you get some food, Tris. Okay, and then this is yours. Mascara, it's brand new. I know. I was like, no.
We'll just move this.
Okay, that works. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yes. Do you want to clip it? Oh, it's in my pocket.
Thank you. We're just getting ready for the next educator. We have Amanda. So yes, you're gonna have the mic as well. So I'm just gonna hand you the mic. Let me just put it on you real quick. Okay, and then if you want to tuck it in maybe in your lips.
Sure. Yeah.
Yep, I just moved it a little bit. She's here. Yeah. Oh, good idea. Good idea. Sure. Awesome. I have mine. Thank you. I did, yeah. Mhm. Nicolina, Nicolina, Nicolina. We may need to lift the camera up a little bit because I have heels on.
Okay.
So I think just because she was a little bit shorter, my head is off screen. Awesome. Is that good? Better?
See there? That's how you will be seen on the camera as well.
Perfect.
I'm going to check. I'm going to be checking on the camera. So I'm going to it's delayed right now. So I'm going to check to make sure this looks good.
Okay.
That's good?
Good. Awesome. Thank you. You can just sit there. Yeah. you don't have to do anything really. Um, can we turn the music down just because I'm losing my voice? Thank you. It's probably good. Yeah, because I'm already gonna have to yell. Awesome. That was amazing. One of my favorite things about the industry is when I get to learn from other artists. So I think it's amazing that you ladies are here and that you're taking advantage of learning as much as you can from other artists. I've been in makeup 18 years, and to this day, when I listen to somebody, there are always things I pick up. You'll never meet someone that's creative and not be able to take something from what they're teaching you. So I think that that's really awesome. And I'm going to focus solely on eyebrows. And if you can tell, I'm losing my voice. So if you can't hear me, just give me like turn it up a notch. I'm going to try my best to make sure that you get to hear everything I'm saying. So my name's Amanda May. I am the beauty director for a company called Genesis Lifestyle Medicine. We have 10 locations throughout the country. I have been the lead makeup artist for Miami Fashion Week, New York Fashion Week, I have sold beauty products on HSN. So my life has been makeup and beauty since I was a teenager. That's when I knew I really wanted to do makeup and make a life out of this. And so I started getting the girls to come to my house in high school so I could do their makeup before dances. And that's how I made some money, figured out, okay, I really love this, and so I'm going to go to school and devote my life to this. So over the years, things have progressed. I've had some amazing opportunities, and one of the things that has created those opportunities is networking and meeting other people and having really quality relationships and integrity with your word, being reliable, and knowing that people can feel your passion with what you're doing. Because of those things, I've been given a lot of opportunities to grow and develop in this career, and that's what has gotten me here today. I even recently was asked to be the beauty editor for Deluxe Version magazine, so I get to write now and kind of share some of my favorite tips and tricks with people through print work. So it's really, really fun, and there's a lot of ways that you can create a lucrative business doing what you love. So I'm going to talk about eyebrows because that's one of the things I love the most. We all have them. There are always more being born every day, so I will never run out of clients. There are some common things that people say about eyebrows. They're uneven. One sits up higher than the other. When people are filling them in, they get one that's really great and one that really sucks. And so these are all common things that you're going to continue to hear as you're doing makeup on your clients. But eyebrows are a must. I remember the day that I had my makeup done and the girl put eyebrows on me, and I felt like my whole life just like changed right there. Because when you go from not doing eyebrows to doing eyebrows, you're like, holy crap, I can't believe I went this long without doing my eyebrows. Now, that was a long time ago, so it is much more trendy these days, so more people are doing it and paying attention to it. So I have a couple tools. I like to keep things minimalistic. One of my favorite things to do with Miami Swim Week was, like, I walked in with a kit that was like a caboodle. It was tiny because, you know, glowy skin and bronzy and natural, that's just always been where my career has went. And I do the same thing when it comes to eyebrows. So I like to use powder. I like to keep it really soft, but you can use any product that you love to actually, you know, fill in the brow once you have it defined. So the one thing that you need in your kit that will absolutely change your life is this little measuring tool. So you can get this on Amazon. I'm going to zoom in here so you can see what that is. You can get this on Amazon. It's under $10, and it will be a lifesaver. I'm going to explain to you how it works and why you need it. This, if you Google, or when you're in the search bar, search microblading measuring caliper, and you'll find it. So this contraption it was probably made by a man because they usually have the things that make what we make hard really simple. So this simplifies the outlining process with eyebrows. So I'm going to show you how this works. It's got 3 points to it. You've got your starting point, your arch point, and your tail point. So when you move this, it naturally changes dimensions from one point to another. So the cool part about this is once you get your starting point defined and your tail defined, it tells you right where your arch needs to be. So it takes all the guesswork out of it. So what you're going to do, and again, I like using neutral palettes, neutral powders, anything in your kit that's going to give you the ability to mark the face that will allow you to blend into the eyebrow. So I'm going to take a really just kind of natural, she already has some brow fill in, so I'm going to take a natural color and show you how to do this. So with your first point, where this point's going to go is straight. Have you seen the pencil test with your eyebrow? Like starting point. We'll start there. I'll just start there. Okay, so you can use your makeup brush. I like a makeup, this one is from Morphe. This is one of the Jeffree Star brushes. Any brush that's a real fine point angled brush is going to work well. I like ones that have a little bit of like a spoolie on the other end, just because it allows you to like brush through the hairs that are there. So taking your brush, you're going to come from the nose. You want to come from the outside of the nose here, straight up, where you see the inside corner of the lashes starting. That's where you want, and straight up to the eyebrow. So it's one line straight up on both sides. That's how you know where it begins. The big thing to note about that is when you're doing somebody's eyebrows that they have tweezed or waxed and their eyebrows start really far in, you want to take into consideration that if there's a huge gap there, you may not be able to start your eyebrow as far in as what you would like. You can bring it in some, but if there's a big enough spot that's makeup to hair, you're going to notice that. You're going to notice the texture change. So you may have to bring that line in just a little bit. Don't feel like it has to start there if somebody doesn't have any eyebrows. Just bring it into a point where you can still blend your color into the hair that's present. So coming here, and you would make just a soft starting point to give you your guide. Okay? And then you're going to do the same thing with the outside of the nose to the outside of the lashes. And you're going to bring that up, straight line, straight out. And that's going to tell you right where your eyebrow should end. So I've got a few points there. Those are going to be really easy to wipe off if when I'm filling it in, if it's a little outside of my line. Also why I like it, you can use a Q-tip. I am a huge fan of doing eyebrows first and then doing your makeup around it. That way if you're marking on the face, you can easily remove that without ruining your actual makeup look. So I always do eyes and eyebrows and then I work the face. All right, so we have her starting point and her tail. So what I'm going to use is this little tool here, and I'm going to open it to the starting point and then make sure the tail lines up right there. And right here is where it tells you where her arch is. So she does a great job. She's got her arch right in the perfect spot. Now once this is open, all you do is flip it over, and now you line up the other eye the exact same way. So it gives you everything you need to be able to create the same eyebrow on both sides without having to guess. So what you want to think about when you're filling in your eyebrows is it's really 4 lines. Don't overcomplicate it. You want to go from your top line here where you have it across to your arch. That's one line. And then your second line comes down to finish out the tail. Now I would make her tail a little bit bolder than how she has it. Just because I like bold eyebrows. I tattoo them on people's faces so they can't take them off. So the mapping process is really the biggest key to making sure that your fill is going to be exactly what you want. You can use any product, any technique, any way to get that color on the skin once you have your mapping really on point. It'll make the rest of your job so much easier. Now the big thing with the size of the eyebrow, that's the next piece. So now we want to know how long it is, the placement, but you also need to know how big you make the eyebrows. You really want to go based off their hair growth. And everybody has a little bit of hair growth unless of course they have like alopecia, which is going to be very rare. The thing with the hair growth is our faces aren't symmetrical. So you're going to get one eyebrow that sits up higher and one eyebrow that sits a little lower. That's the case on everybody. The other thing I have to tell you, and it's good to communicate with your clients, is your eyebrows are sisters, not twins. So don't feel like, I mean, I've had mine done for years, and my one eyebrow still sits slightly higher than the other. And it's okay. Nobody's eyebrows are going to be twins from side to side because the face just isn't the same from side to side. You really need to go based off the eye placement and the hair that they have present on their face in order for it to look really natural. So you want to take whatever the height is on the highest one and the lowest point on the lowest one, and that's where you're going to create your balance. So I like to use the side of my tool to give me kind of like a height point. Where am I seeing the highest points? And then making sure I'm filling in that space on the opposite eyebrow so that I can bring them to the same point from side to side. And then the same thing on the lower. And that's where you just take that line to the bottom. Where is the lowest point? Here's a small caveat to that. Women who don't have a lot of hair tend to keep the hair they have even if it shouldn't be there. So sometimes you'll get these pockets of hair that come real low below the brow bone. Have you ever seen those? They're like, I don't know if I can say this on camera. We call them sperm eyebrows in the brow business, where they're real heavy and they cut around and they look like they have a little swimmy tail. Yeah, those eyebrows. So having those little razors in your kit so that you can clean up those hairs underneath there is going to be really important. You can get those also on Amazon. I'm a fan of Amazon. You would think it's Christmas every day at my house because there's always packages coming. So those little eyebrow razors are a great way to clean up the hair around the edges. Also, even cleaning up the hair once you've got it defined, cleaning up the vellus hair that grows above the eyebrow and even below. So really contour and work with the eyebrow outside of just filling it in. It's okay to trim it. So that's the next piece. So you want to make sure once you get them filled in that you're doing justice by trimming. Some people have some really wonky eyebrows where hairs are like growing all kinds of different directions. And in order to get them to stay in place, I'm going to tell you my favorite product. But you want to make sure that when you brush them the right direction, that they're going to stay within your outline. So always have a little pair of scissors, brush your eyebrows up, and then anything that's outside of that design, trim that off. That way when you come through to finish out their brow, you can use a brow gel and comb the hair up so that it stays where it needs to be all day. That's automatically going to give the eyebrow more texture, more volume. It's going to make it look really natural even though you've got product in it. So that's why I like powder, because when I use powder and then comb through with the brow gel, it creates a little bit of like a hair stroke look instead of like a pencil or a gel product. That, once it's on there, it's on there. You're not going to get those lines. With the powder, it softens it a little bit if you use a clear brow gel to get that those hairs to stay in place. So I use the Benefit 24-hour brow setter. It's literally like putting gel in your eyebrows. Like, they're not going to move. Most people, their eyebrows grow across and kind of down. And I loved her tip before about combing the brow down so you can see where it really needs filled in, and then combing the hair back up. So I think that's a great way to do it. It's just making sure you get those hairs to stay in place once you're done. That way the brow stays on point all day. And then defining under the eyebrow with your concealer, or even going in with a slightly lighter tone of foundation, just one shade, maybe two shades, to define the outside edges of the top. That way you get a nice, crisp outline with your eyebrow. So the other fun thing about this tool is it has a ruler on the side of it. That's where you can check the depth. So or thickness, I guess is how you could say it. So is the thickness from the right side the same as the thickness on the left side? So this allows you to make sure that you're not getting one eyebrow that's a little bit bolder than the other. When it comes to choosing colors, I always choose a color that's slightly lighter than the hair color because with women who have, especially with women who have really dark hair, you don't want to make it too harsh on the face. You still want it to be kind of like a warm brown. That way you see more than just eyebrows. So it's a nice balance between getting that fill and not overdoing the process. For people who have microblading or tattooing, you're going to have to work with the shape that they have. Hopefully their artist measured correctly when they put them on there. That's not always the case, where you'll get one that's kind of, they're the exact same size, but they're in the wrong position, where you may have to balance that out a little bit. And what that could mean is you're modifying where the arch point is, you're making one tail a little longer, and maybe bringing one eyebrow in a little further. So that tool will help you figure out if what they have there, now that microblading and permanent makeup is so popular, if what they have there is really what it should be. Because that will change the look of your makeup after. So it's like if your after picture, if their eyebrows are off, people are just going to think you did that. So make sure you have that tool so you can check other people's work too. All right, well, I'm going to fill these in. I want to make sure you all can see. When I'm filling in, I do really soft, kind of like flicking motions with my brush. That way it's a really light powdered finish instead of a really harsh line. The other thing I like when I'm doing this is before I position the hair in place, I'll go through with my spoolie and brush through it again, just to give like more of a soft, powdery look. The other fun thing that you can do with eyebrows to give more of like an ombre effect is take a little lighter shade on the front side and then darken up the tone that you're using for the arch and the tail, which is also why I like powdered products, because you can use any matte palette that's like neutral tones to do that. And then that will also just give you that light to dark finish that you're looking for, that's going to keep it soft but yet filled in. And it's totally personal preference on how intense you want to make your color. So I'm going to remove that. But you can see, I want you to see here, kind of the difference from, not to like pick on you because you already have your eyebrows done. But you can see the difference of the framing when you've got that full look on the one side versus kind of like a half filled on the other. It really just brings all the attention up to the eyes. So, I mean, you all love eyebrows, right? You already know this. You know why I'm saying it. But when it comes to mapping, that's going to help you frame the face based off their bone structure and their eye placement. Okay? Any questions? You good? No questions on eyebrows. You kind of got the hang of that. If you have questions on the tool, I can send you links. Totally happy to do that. You can follow me on social media, DM me, and I'll make sure you know where to get it from, because it's going to be a life changer for your kit. I mean, on Amazon, they kind of do a description. So what I would look for is microblading caliper. These might be bolder than you're used to wearing. Okay, once you feel like you're done, you can go back in again with your tool and just double check and make sure that your eyebrows are lining up from side to side. Awesome. At that point, that's when I would fill it in with the brow gel. I always recommend this product for my clients too because, you know, you really can just like training the hair, you can retrain the eyebrow to grow the direction that you want it to grow just by using this product every day, because instead of the hair growing across, it's going to start to just know to grow up because that's the direction you're placing it every day. And when you do that, it covers up kind of the spaces that are missing, which will just give you more of a natural look with the eyebrow overall. And then if somebody's really sick of doing eyebrows, their own eyebrows, just learn how to do permanent makeup. So you can actually say, okay, well, instead of just teaching you how to do your eyebrows, why don't I just tattoo them on your face for you? It's actually a really great addition to what you're already doing. So if you're interested in classes or wanting to learn more about permanent makeup, I'm happy to answer any questions you have, whether I'm somebody you want to have train you or somebody else. There is a lot of information out there and it's not always consistent. So I'm happy to gear you in the right direction if that's something you want to explore as well. All right? Good? I love this eyebrow on you actually, a lot. All right, well, let me know if you guys have any questions. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I'm glad I had a few minutes to chat with you. And it was my pleasure. Thank you. Oh, you haven't gotten to see your eyebrows yet. Yeah. Here. Oh, you do her eyebrows. You were like, oh, look. It's a whole different style.
I used to do pomade, so it was darker, but today I just put the pencil.
Yeah. That's also the fun part about other makeup artists is like when you have somebody, like when you did my makeup and the girls in your class did my makeup, I was like, this is so great. I'm going to do this at home.
Someone else sees it differently.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. If you want to take some
Okay, I'm
pictures,
being a perfectionist. Right?
let me just take some pictures of you right now. Good, right?
I feel like you don't have a bad angle. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, awesome. Perfect. Ready for our next educator. Thank you. Thank you guys for being patient with us. Like I said, we're just waiting for Meg and Joanna. They are going to be on the stage in a second. Perfect. Yes. So, however, so it's in the middle. Perfect. Yeah. Awesome. Maybe not as close, a little further. Is it zoomed in right now? I'm going to try to zoom it out a little bit. Perfect. Okay, awesome. Bring this a little closer as well. Yeah, that's perfect.
And then should we bring them a little bit back?
Yes, a little bit back, yes. Awesome. Music, did it stop completely or we just toned it down? Okay. Okay. So we have a little music in between. as well as you're working in the back. So, and if you need to go a little more higher, let me just see. You can go higher if you want. The chair can go a little higher if you want. Yeah, there you go. So you're kind of in the same level. Perfect. Reconnecting tools. We need extension cord for the tools. How can we do that? Can we do extension into extension? Or where's the outlet though? Can we do extension? There's outlet on the other side. There's outlet here in the back. And then there's also extension into it. We can do extension into extension too. Well, what is the red extension for? How long is your extension cord?
I have a 10 and a 6.
So you have two?
This is 10.
10 years. 10 and 6.
And then I can,
Okay. And then we can share this. Yeah, we can share that. Perfect. Okay. like right in between. Is it like, does it go all the way down? Okay. Cool. Accessories. Just grab it. Oh, so you have to like, oh, I see. So you can go really high. So we can just put it on. Perfect. Do we need it a little higher? Just a little bit higher. There you go. Let it hang, I guess. So just don't bump on it, I guess. Try not to bump on it, okay? Because it might create some sound. Okay? I don't know, I think so. Hello? Not really. Can you put this higher? Hello? Is it on? That's not for, it's for the live stream. Oh, got it. Oh, I thought it was for this. I'm sorry. Okay. It's for this. Oh, got it. All right. All right. Hi, everybody. My name's Joanna. I go by JoJo, Joe, whatever you want to call me. I'm going to be showing you guys my most requested look, which is the Hollywood Glam Waves. And what I did now was I already set her, I already prepped her hair with a heat protectant. I set it already, I pinned everything, and I left this section out so I can show you guys how I apply extensions in so they don't slip out during the day and like that. And then I'm going to go in, do that, and show you guys how I pin as well. Curl and pin. And then I'm going to go off on the sides and finish the whole look as well. And then after that, I'm going to go in and show you guys how I brush everything out, how I style the complete look. So I'm going to start doing that, and then do you want to go show them what you're going to do?
Yeah. So hi everyone, my name's Meg. My handle on Instagram is Meg Delica's Hair. If you guys want to follow me. Today I'm going to be showing you how to do a boho style. So very like beachy waves and a braid accent on the sides, on both sides. So it's going to be like a half up, half down. This is my most requested style, not just for brides, but also for bridesmaids. And I'm going to show you like the techniques that I use to kind of cut, your work time almost in half. Like how do I achieve these waves in less than 30 minutes and stuff like that. So I also gave you a little worksheet. We're going to go off of this, and I prepped her hair with hot, sexy hair. I really love this. Oh wait, first of all, I want to show you the tools that I'm going to use. So the tools that I use usually for all my brides and all my clients is a micro crimper. Do you guys use a micro crimper? Who uses a micro crimper? No one? Okay. Who are hairstylists here? Hairstylists? Just you? Rachel? Okay. And then a 1-inch curling iron. So that, and then I have clips just to section her hair, a rat tail comb, and a smoothing brush. And then for the products, I use the Sexy Hair Support Bead, and then a texture spray. So I use Sexy Hair, and I also like the Mika one. Oh, there. Yeah, and then I use the Got to Be Glued hairspray. This is really good. That's one of my favorite products. I put texture spray here, but this is actually texture powder. This is my concoction. I use texture powder, any kind of texture powder. I use Sexy Hair. And then I added dry shampoo powder in there too, just so it's not too sticky. Because sometimes I feel like just the texture powders, right, it's sometimes too sticky. So I mix it with dry shampoo. And then, so I prepped her hair by crimping. So this is the crimper. It's actually, let me show you how I section her hair first. So I usually section the two front panels here. Section this off, and then the other side. Okay, and then I'm gonna turn her so you can see. I've already curled the bottom layers of her hair. Oh, me to. There you go. Okay, so the crown area. So you can see she has a little bit of like, texture up here, and we're gonna smooth that out with the crimper, and at the same time adding texture to it. So for boho styles, I like it when it's like a little messy, a little piecey, a little airy. So that's what's gonna help the crimper to achieve that texture. So you can see here, I'm not gonna put pressure, a lot of pressure. I'm kind of like just vibrating it, and then I'm over directing it up here just to create more volume, and then just tap, 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 little taps. And then you'll see it kind of smooths it out too. See? So I'm gonna do that all over the crown area. This is very important. And then I also crimp the roots to add volume. So sometimes I would crimp it, when we have clients who have really, really shiny, straight black hair, virgin hair. So I crimp it first and then I backcomb it, and it just helps it stay better. So we'll crimp all of this. Okay, so see now, you can see how it's so much more smoother. And then when I'm done doing that, so I would usually do the whole head. I would crimp the whole head, and then, but not just concentrated at the roots. Don't crimp until like the ends. So it's just for that volume and texture. And then for the curls, this is what I do. So let's section this off. The beachy curls. Okay, so you take a small section. I'm going to start curling this. I use a 1-inch, but you can use, depending on your client's hair texture and all that, like the look you're trying to achieve, you can use a bigger one or a wand. So let's see if this is on. Just wrap, and I kind of hold it at an angle because I don't want round curls. I want more of a ribbon. So I kind of hold it at a diagonal angle and then wrap, and then as I go, I kind of unravel it. That's going to create the wave texture, and then I leave out the ends, like 2 inches at the ends. Let's set that, and then do another section right here. And then I'm gonna alternate the curls too for more beachy look. So we'll do it this way, wrap, unravel, and then wrap it again, and unravel, and then leave out the ends right there. And then, so obviously you're gonna let this cool down, but then if you when you brush this out, you're gonna get that beachy wave. See? All right, so I'm gonna finish curling her whole head, and then I'm gonna turn it. Are you ready, JoJo? She's gonna show you how to wrap and pin the curls for the Hollywood waves. So I also do want to go over the way I part the hair too beforehand. So I part off the sides, and then I always do zigzag lines, partings, so that there's never like a harsh line, or you can see, I don't know if anybody has ever done a hairstyle or gotten a hairstyle done where you can kind of see the difference or the divided, like, yeah. So I usually go in, do the zigzag partings, and then part everything to the side. a really good. Oh, thank you. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, Hot Off the Press by Paul Mitchell. That's a really good heat protectant. So now I'm going to go in with texture spray. This is Puff Me. They have a lot of different kinds. This one's a really light one. They have one that's a little bit rougher. I like working with this one because it's easier to brush through. So what I'm going to do is just apply a little bit at the root. And then I go in and back comb the base just a little bit before putting in the extensions, just so that the clip has something to clip into and it doesn't slip out. So you just have to back comb just a little bit at the root. And then I'm going to go in with the long weft. I like going in and just kind of applying them in like up and then down so the clip grabs onto the hair. Is that okay? And then I can pull it down, just pull down, it won't come off, it won't slip down either. So now I'm going to show you guys how I go in and start curling to create that really good like wave. So instead of curling off to the side or with the curling iron underneath the hair, I like putting it right on top, kind of smooth out the hair a little bit. And then I'll just wrap over. And every time I wrap the hair, I give it a twist. So I don't wrap it just normal, like a normal barrel curl. I'll go in, put it up here, and then every time I wrap, I give it a good twist. I like doing that opposed to having the curling iron underneath because I just feel like the wave comes out really more defined. And they just lay perfectly on top of each other. And when doing glam waves, you also want to curl all the hair to one direction. So with her hair, I'm doing the parting, the deep parting off to her right side, so all the curls are going to go that way. And then once I'm done curling this whole section, I'm going to start unpinning all her hair from the nape area, and then I'll show you guys how I brush the curls out and set everything. Has anybody ever here done glam waves or have difficult doing like the hairstyles and everything? That hairstyle? You do? What are your issues with the hairstyle? Have you ever tried that method? Yeah? Yeah, I know. I really love doing that. I feel like the curl just comes out really more defined. Okay, so I'm going to start pinning at the nape. Just let the curls drop. And then I go in with the spray and I just start at the root and kind of spray down the curl. This helps me tease the curl a little bit better. It creates a fluffier curl too. So I'll just go underneath, back comb a little bit at the bottom of the curl. And then I just brush out every curl section by section. Just because with this look, I want the curls really defined. If I wanted a more soft, bouncy, flowy, like glam look, I would take everything down and just go in with a paddle brush, which would just create the look way more bouncier, really softer. But with this look, I wanted to show you guys how I create the waves and how you can get them really defined as well. And then I'll just go in with a really workable spray. Just brush through it as I go. I don't want nothing too strong yet. This is Paul Mitchell worked up. And I'm just going to continue taking all of these down and just brushing so you guys can see how I'm doing everything. And then once I get to the front part, I'll take over again. But if you want to, are you good to continue? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I'm almost done curling Angela's hair. Just gonna finish this top layer at the crown. Okay, this last section. And then I'm going to show you what I do when I have half up styles. So I just brush this out using my fingers, but you can also use like a white tooth comb to just brush it out, but I like to use my fingers. So you see how now we have this base, beautiful, just beachy look. And then I like to finish this off with a texture spray, just all over. And then sometimes I would go in with a texture powder too. Just, it depends on your client's hair, but Angela she already has a lot of texture and, you know, a lot of hair. So at the crown area, we're gonna secure her crown. I like to add a little bit of volume, and when I'm doing the parting too, you can't really see because she has wefts in, but I do the same way as JoJo. I part it like I do a zigzag, just so when you pull it back, you can't see harsh lines, right? Like where it separates. So just always do zigzag parts. Always do zigzag lines wherever you need to part. Okay, so we're gonna back home this area just a little bit, just to create a little height. And then when I back home, I lightly spray hairspray. I like to use the Got to Be. I know it's a little strong, but I feel like you can control it with just how much you miss. Just a little bit on here. She doesn't need a lot. All right. Just do that. Okay. And then you're going to go in with your smoothing brush, smooth out that top layer, but make sure you're not brushing out your backcombing, your teasing. Right, so already you can see that. And then what I like to do when I'm doing half ups, I don't know if you guys do this, but some of us take hair from each side, bunch them up all together in the middle, and then pin this. And now that's pretty, you know, that works, but what that does is it's gathering all this hair into just one particular area. So you're losing volume here and here. So what I like to do is when I'm doing the crown area, I would kind of take this part and then pin that. So that's my middle part. Pin it here. Need some more. Okay. And when I pin, I like to just pull some pieces out. So take your hairspray, just pull some pieces out, just to give it more of like an airy, romantic look to it. Okay. And then on this side, I like to do the same thing. So I just gather a little bit of hair on the side. I'm not going to pull it here, but I'm just going to pin it down here. See? So you still have that hair. So you don't lose all these hair in the side and then just put everything in the middle. If that makes sense. I hope it makes sense. So pin this to the side. Okay. And then again, pull some pieces. And then I take my hairspray and then I spray the bobby pins for extra grip so it doesn't slip and slide. And I'm going to take this last area and then pin it. Okay. And then make sure you step back and look at the shape. Make sure it looks nice and rounded from all angles, especially in the front. Okay, so I think that's a good stopping point for the back. So you see all this pins, and she still has a full hair, you know, it's not all bunched up in the middle. And then I'm going to take the front section, unpin it. So I've already curled this. So what I like to do for half ups is I don't take the whole section of hair and use this to braid. So what I do is I just tilt your head like this. So this is the whole part of the whole front area. I take a small like rectangular section on top right here and then leave this out and curl this just so she still has hair in the front when I start to braid this. And then for the braid, what I like to do is this section, I did not curl this on purpose because I'm gonna braid this. I know I'm gonna braid this. So that's gonna save you time, right? You know, if you know you're gonna braid this area, then just don't curl them at all, right? So just put them on the side. So I would crimp this until the mid shaft. Don't curl until the ends. And that way, you're gonna get a fluffier, a bigger braid out of it because you're adding more texture to the hair. And I'll show you how I do it too. So just crimp all this. Get a smoothing cream and then just put a little bit of product the back of my hand, and then I'm just going to use this as I braid just to smooth away some of the flyaways. I'm just going to do a simple French braid. So let's start braiding. So when I'm braiding, as I go, I like to pancake it as I go. That way you don't have a lot of tension when you're pulling. So see this, and then I just pull from the side. And get that braid nice and big and fluffy. And then continue. And then pull. See how pretty? And then again, just go all the way until the back of her head. Okay, and so I have this. This is the braid. So when I add the braid to the crown area, I kind of I want it to go swoopy like this and not like that. So you have to be careful and mindful about that, and that just gives it, I don't know, it just makes it more prettier, you know? Because when it's like this, see, that's pretty, right? But when you do that, it's just elevated. So, and you kind of, the technique is use the braid to hide all your pins too. So I would do that and then kind of just hide the pins right here. And then I think that's a good stopping point. And I'm going to pin this. So you have that. And then just to secure this middle area, I'm going to take a pin and then go underneath the braid. And then pin it to the side of her hair. So see, now she still has all this hair. I'm going to curl this little section. See? So we've only used this much hair. We've achieved a full braid, and we still have all these hair in front of the, in front of her. So that's one technique I always use. And then we'll do the same for the other side. And then so when you pin it, you're gonna have like these ends that are straight. You can just go ahead and grab your curling iron and curl that. There you go. Okay. And then we're gonna do the same on the other side. Turn her this way so you can see, excuse me. I'm I'm just doing the same thing. And then again, make sure it looks good in every angle, especially the front. And then you can pull some pieces out just to create more texture. Okay, and then I'm gonna spray my texture spray. And yeah, that's it. We're done. See? Look up. What do you guys think? You like it? All right. And I want to show you guys how I take photos too of my clients. Angela's really tall, so I'm just gonna have her maybe sit on the chair. So what I do is I ask them to angle their body diagonally and then take all the hair back. And then I ask them to their chin up, look up, your chin, and then face up, sorry, that way. There you go. So you can see all this detail. So have them always look up and angle their body just so it's, I don't know, it just looks more, it's cuter. So that, you take that. And then I usually find a blank white wall to take my pictures in, but if I don't have a blank wall, then I just use the portrait mode on my iPhone. But yeah. So let's take one photo right there. And then sometimes I would hold, like here, it's just cute. And we can turn a little bit this way. And then a little video, and then I just go from top, down, out. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. Any questions? It's Bioionic, the XL barrel, or extra long, yeah, barrel. I really like this because you know, when your clients have long hair like that, yeah, it does the job. Okay, anyone else? All right, well, I'm gonna, are you okay? Good? Okay. Thank you. All right, so as you guys can see, I already brushed out the whole back section. I'm just kind of working with the curl, just brushing it out, seeing what shape it wants to really grab. I don't really want to force it or anything. And then I'm just going to give it a really good spray. And then I'm going to go in with these clips. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with them. They're creaseless clips. I like using them. It just depends. I'll use these, the metal ones, to pin and stuff like that, but I like using these whenever I'm going to do the finishing touches. So I'll put them on the sides a little bit just so the shape stays really good while I'm working in the front section. I'm just going to place these on the sides. Okay. And then I'm just going to give the ends a better brush so the curls look a little bit softer, not too curly down here. And then I'm going to go in with a stronger hold. Just give it a good spray. Alright, so I already have this curled over here too. I'm going to just go over how I comb it out, just so you guys can see it again a little bit better. Just spray it from the top down. I like to give it a little shake, fluff it out a little bit. Just tease underneath. And then I'll start at the top and just brush it down. I don't know if any of you guys use that powder, but that powder can be pretty rough, so that's why I said stick to like the light one, because then it's a little bit easier to brush through. And then I just like shaping them how I want it to look in the front already since the beginning. So I'm just going to brush it out, see how I want it to lay in the front. And then I'm going to put a creaseless clip down here just so the curl doesn't curl up on me too much and it stays really soft so we can keep the length. And then I'm just going to finish curling these sides. Does anybody have questions on anything about this look? Or anything you guys want to add on? No? Okay, good. Yes.
So I like using that to get a better grip. So I like using it a lot with finer hair too, especially for braids. It'll give it a really good texture. It'll fluff out the braids really fluffy. Did you use a powder for yours?
For her, no.
No? Her hair's, yeah. Yeah, it just depends what kind of hair you're working with, but I like to use it a lot for braids. It'll give it a really good grip. So if you do the braid really tight and then you go in at the end, just give it a good spray from top to bottom, and then just start fluffing it out, and it'll give it a really good, like, what do you want to say, like that soft, I don't know how to describe it, like a really soft, bouncy look.
Yeah. And it makes it more, because when you have finer, silkier hair, it's just so hard to manipulate because it just wants to slip back. So when you're trying to pull a braid, it just slips back in. It doesn't stand, it doesn't hold. So when you put, unlike, well, Angela's hair, she has really good texture for styling. It's kind of mimicking this texture if you put the texture spray on, for example, burlap hair. So it makes it more gritty.
Yeah, you can honestly use it for anything. Like if I wanted to just throw some in my hair right now, kind of fluff it out, some volume. Whoever has trouble with volume, if you curl your hair, straighten it, whatever, once you're done with your style, go ahead, add some at the root, and then give it a good shake, and it'll really look really full, voluminous. So, yeah. Do one side, yeah. Yeah, it's good to use for like second day hair, third day hair, when your hair gets really, when the oils start coming through, you know? Like I don't like using dry shampoo until like the third day for me. And then I'll go in with that and a little bit of powder. It really makes a difference. You can use it for any texture, honestly, but I always use it for glam waves, that's a for sure. But for like upstyling and stuff, it depends what texture I'm working with, if I really want to go in and use it. But it is best for like thinner hair. Yeah, it just depends for me too. I always get asked that question if they should wash their hair or not. I just make them make the choice. Like I ask them how oily their hair gets and stuff like that, because I don't want to be working with hair that's really greasy, because it'll just lay really flat, and it's hard hard to get like a really good curl to hold when the hair is really greasy.
Yeah, that's true.
But second, third day hair is best to work with. So I just want to show you guys how I curl this front piece, because it's kind of like the main part when you get like that really nice swoop. So I'm sorry if I bump into you a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and place it up here, and I'm going to curl everything just really tight and back. Just going to pin it back. I'm going to curl this last piece, and then I'll go over the finishing touches. also going to show you guys how I put in, I have a different couple hair accessories because we're going to keep it really bridal. Even though this look, you can definitely rock it like different ways. You can tuck it behind the ear, really sleek, or you can just leave it out, very voluminous, very sexy. Just depends what your desired look is. And I'm going to be tucking this side behind the ear, like I said, keeping it bridal. But so I didn't add any volume up here, but if you wanted to keep it over the shoulder and over the ear, not tucked, you can add, I would add more volume up here, add more powder, just so it looks more full. I'm just going to spray it a little bit. Now, so for this front piece, it just depends how you want it to lay in the front. I get some clients that they really don't like the whole volume look. I love it. I think it's what makes Hollywood glam, you know, the fullness in the front. Yeah, I love that. But so to create that look, I like teasing from back. So I'll start in the back and make it come my way, over directed this way. And then I'll show you guys right now how to do that. But if you want it to lay more forward and just kind of a little swoop, really soft, I would just place it like that, spray, tease right here how I normally have been doing, and then just brush it out. But we don't want to go for that today, so I'm going to spray it back here a little bit. And just tease. That combing. You really want to add a lot just so it doesn't fall. Kind of just brush it back, brush that curl out. Give it a good spray. And then you kind of want to brush it back, let all this fall like that. Just brush out the curl. So I'm going to go in with one of the creaseless clips. Just put it in, clip it right here, right at the base, a little bit above, just so it keeps that shape. Let it set a little bit. And keep brushing this out, blending it really good. And then whenever clients have like bangs or short bangs, I just spray really good, smooth out the hair, make sure it blends, and I put clips throughout the little layers just so it blends really good. Let that set for a little bit.
My model, she's too cute. So if you have any more questions about this hairstyle, let me know so we can. Any questions? Any more questions? All right.
Oh yeah, good. All right, so I'm going to take off the clips that I left in the back. Just going to give it a good final spray. So now with this side that I comb back, I just comb it back really clean. Tuck it behind the ear. And I'll usually go in with like a pomade or anything just to get it really smooth, depending on the hair. With her, I can just go in. With her hair, I can just go in with a spray. Spray it really lightly. Don't need too much. Just want to get it really good behind the ear. And then I'm just going to section off a piece. I literally just go in and divide it with the rat tail comb. I just stick it in there, just divide the hair a little bit. And then I'll bring this piece forward. And it just lays really perfect. Go in, give it another spray. And then same with this side. I'm gonna grab some from the back. Just a small section. it another brush. So then once I take the clip out, I just kind of like to fluff it up a little bit. And then just kind of shape it with my fingers. So I'll just put my finger down here and just kind of bring this forward a little bit. Just kind of brush it in between your ears, your fingers. And then bring it forward a little bit, like that. Give it another good spray. And then I finished it off with a shine spray. This is My Amazing. You can find this like at Ulta. I get it from Cosmoprof, Salon Centric. But whoever, if you guys don't have like a license or anything like that, you can get it at Ulta online.
Smells amazing.
Yeah, it really does smell amazing, and it's really lightweight. So it doesn't make the hair like super oily or anything like that. It's just a really good light mist. And then I'm just gonna go in, show you guys two different like looks with accessories. So I'm gonna go in with the one that I usually use the most. All my braids always have a comb. And whenever I work with these, I like using combs that are really light, because sometimes they can be super heavy and they just weigh down the hair. But this one, I just go in, depending on where I want the placement, kind of want it laying kind of like this. So then I'll go in from the top and just brush it down as much as possible, because I really want it tight. So then I'd go in, just because if I leave it, like if I let it go, it's gonna feel really loose for her, and it might fall out during the day. So I go in, and where the comb is, I get bobby pins, and I go in under and just stick it in with the comb, so it's very secured. So that's one bridal look with that hairpiece like that. Just turn her around a little bit. And then I'm gonna go in with this piece. I love working with all of these. They're really nice. You can use them very different ways. Like if you do an up style, you can use it back here, place it in the back. You can place it as a crown, however you want. I'd go in and just tuck it under here. Meg, can you help me for this part real quick? Just hold this part for me. Thank you. Okay. Just hold like that. There you go. Perfect. And then right there. There you go. So since it is long, I tuck it underneath a little bit, bring it this way, and just kind of wrap it around. Hold this right there for me. Is that bothering you? Okay. And I'll stick a bobby pin there. Just depending on how heavy the hair accessory is. With one is okay right now. And then I'm bringing it over and I tuck it under the hair, just so it hides that end piece a little bit. another bobby pin, and just tuck it in. And you just hide it under the hair. Get another brush. Give her this final spray. And there you go. Hollywood Glam, super bridal, super cute. You can never go wrong with this look. I love it. It's literally my favorite. Yeah. Great. Well, I'm all done. Anybody else have any questions or anything about this look? So what I do is I get barbicide and I dilute it with water. So depending like on the end of my days, that's what I do with my whole kit, all my brushes that I use that day. I'll do that, throw it in there. But as I go during the day, I always have like wipes with me. I have like a disinfectant spray that I just spray throughout. But usually just by the end of the day, a big bucket, water, dilute, and then pour in a little bit of barbicide. Let them sit in there. Let them, and then I leave them in like 10-15 minutes. You can leave it in longer. Just, it's up to you. Take them out, rinse them out really good, and then just let them dry. So when the hair gets caught in the paddle brushes and stuff like that, so I have, do you have it with you? Yeah, I don't have it with me, but it's, how can I explain it? It's like a little tool, and it has like little spikes coming out of it. It's like a little, shovel? Yeah, like a little rake, exactly, yeah. And then I just brush it through here, and it grabs all the hair out. Yeah. Yeah, the end of a rat tail comb helps too. Just stick it in, all the hair comes out. Yeah. Anybody else? Anything else? Yes. Tools or product? Okay, so tools, I think it just depends. The tools I use, I like using Paul Mitchell. So this is a Paul Mitchell brand wand, and it comes with 3 different barrels, and they just detach, like they're attachable, so you just take it out like this. And this is by Paul Mitchell. I do think that it just depends on the brand. I would go with higher end brands just because of the heat, how high it goes. Some tools say that it does go up to like 450 degrees like others, but once you try it out, it doesn't really get as hot and doesn't curl as well. So I like to stick to Paul Mitchell. I like Hot Tools. What else do I use? The Bionic. I like those too. So those are the 3 that I kind of stick around to. I would say, yeah, it's kind of important. Yeah. And then you. Mhm. Mhm. And it's not, and it's oily, or it's too clean? Too oily? Always go in with like dry shampoo, Amika. So that's pretty much all I really do. All I really use. Or I'll go in with the powder too, because it kind of absorbs the oil too. So I'd say like a really good powder would help too. But first, a lot of dry shampoo, and then if it's still oily, I try this. But most situations, I've been in a situation where the hair looks so oily that it looks like it's wet. So I'll tell them, I'll be like, oh, can you please, like, your hair had to be dry? Is there a blow dryer, stuff like that? You know, because I travel a lot too, in-room services. I'm always around the hotel and stuff like that. And there's times where they're like, oh no, my hair's dry, and it's all oil. So I'd have to, so in situations like that, I have to tell them that they have to wash their hair again. Yeah, there's sometimes it's just so oily that, yeah, literally. It doesn't. Yeah. Best bet is just they need to wash their hair again, you know? It just depends, yeah. But if the hair is super clean, like you said, go in with a lot of product, rough it off yourself, and like that, that's what I do too, yeah. Yeah, all right, good. We're all set, yeah. Yeah, we're all set. Thank you, ladies. Oh, did it? Oh my gosh, so scared. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw everything like literally on top of there, and then, oh, thank you so much. It's like camouflage. This is stuck right here, and then this is clipped right there.
My phone is over there. Can you help us first? So we can set this up. So we can move this to the side. One more chair. Okay, perfect. Sorry, love. Here you go. Sure, yes, you can. Can you volume up the music a little bit? It's too low. Yeah. You can lower it now if you want. Face lotion or? I don't have a bottle. Maybe Lexi has some in hers, but I have just a moisturizer. Oh, that, yes, you can. You can take some. Take Opalescence, the white one. Yes. Lexus. Uh-huh. Okay, you guys, we're just waiting to get everyone settled, and we're going to get started on the business side of the beauty world. So give us like 5 minutes until we get it started. do. glamsophisticated@gmail.com. Hey ladies, hi love, thank you for coming. Good. Let's see, who is this? Is this some old people? Hi. I don't think we met.
Oh, this is Nicolene.
Hi, Nicolene. Nice to meet you.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, so it's working.
Yes, but the thing is, I'm not sure where to.
It's not letting me.
Update app settings.
Is it because you are the presenter? You're the owner? Oh, you did?
So whose computer is connected right now? Hers. Okay, cool.
And then, when do we get coffee change?
I have no idea.
Which one is it?
We work Wi-Fi.
Oh, shoot. Could not be joined. Okay. Is it?
We work Wi-Fi. We work Wi-Fi. Academy at glamsophisticated.com. Do you have your phone with you? Because I don't have my phone is over there. Soap dash. Soap dash. Swim dash. Hoff.
Huff?
Hoff. H-O-F-F.
Oh, Huff. Okay.
Dash fin.
Just F-I-N.
I know. Might take some time to brew. Okay? We're good? Okay. Okay, awesome. Hey Hira, how are you doing? Good? Okay.
Okay, it's still not showing up though. This isn't a full presentation.
I think it's, this is your, see how you have you should have like a second screen. I think it's extended. Very Apple savvy.
So it's showing the screen here?
No, it's showing,
It's showing the Apple updated settings that it seems. But wait.
can I,
Okay. So
yeah, I think it's just a separate screen, but you have a way to actually duplicate them instead of extending them.
You want to sit down?
I just need to.
here you go. Ask Adam. Ask Adam. He uses that. He uses that computer. this from the projector. So we have to be like to the side completely. I'm gonna go like almost here.
And then the other one maybe on your other side.
Maybe on the other side, yeah. No, over there. Like all the way down there. Yeah, we can do that. It's not gonna work here. She's gonna block them. So that means like either here or all the way down there. But then we'll be kind of.
Look at your phone.
It's okay because I'm going first on the stage and then they're going later. So now I can be by myself in the middle. And then we'll just move a little bit when they come on stage.
The way that you can see the text, you know.
Okay. You can if you turn this light off. Probably. How do you turn this off?
You turned off?
Yes.
It's gonna take a second to.
I don't like it here. Put this here.
Okay, now it's good. But I still don't see the third chair.
It's okay. They're gonna have a microphone. Which chair? I cannot move. I have to move it because it's too bright. This is literally in my eye. Like I'm like blind. So that's why I have to move it a little bit here. It's okay. It's not a big deal. What if we bring the other chair to the other side? Two chairs there.
They still haven't been to the screen, you know. No matter how I set it up, somebody's always in the screen.
I mean, it's okay. We're gonna do what we can do, you know. Because it's hard to have everyone in the video as well as to make sure the presentation is on the video as well. Yeah.
All three of you sit here in the middle,
Okay.
and then whenever they're presenting, they can stand up so you can see the screen.
Okay. Mhm.
Are you blind?
Yeah, I'm blind.
Okay, let's.
I have to be here on this side.
And then she's gonna be
Leave it on the side, Matt. So you cannot leave it in the middle. We're gonna get blind.
the thing to work to do is
Zoom out.
it's always zoomed out.
The other one. That's focus. The other one. There's two.
But what you do, you put her there, and you're gonna be in the middle. She's gonna be here. The other one's gonna be here. And then whenever they start presenting, you're gonna have her stand up.
Okay. Okay. People are listening. Just details. That doesn't matter. Okay. Are we gonna get started? I'm gonna get started. Okay. Okay, you guys, are you ready? Are you guys ready? Yeah? Okay, cool. Sounds good. We're gonna get started with the business side of the beauty world, which I'm super excited to talk about. So do we have anyone else eating? No? Okay, you can put a little bit. Sounds good. You can put a little bit, just a little bit. So it's not too low. A little bit. Okay, awesome. Sounds good. Okay, you guys. So for this portion of the masterclass, I guess, I really wanted to talk about business side of beauty world, I guess, even though I am a makeup artist and I own a makeup school. But I always loved the business side of makeup artistry a lot, and that's why I guess I decided to teach makeup artistry too, to beginner makeup artists, someone who is starting out. I have a hair somewhere here, it's driving me crazy. And I really, I don't know why, I just love the business side of it. I love business side of everything. I've always was very entrepreneurial, I guess, since I came to America. I came 2013 here. I came by myself with no friends, no family, and I just pretty much hustled since the moment I landed. I was an immigrant for 4 years, so after 2017, that's when I got my papers, and that's when everything kind of started happening for me. Before that, I was going to cosmetology school. I went to G Skin and Beauty here in Las Vegas, if any of you know that school. I was an esthetician, well, I was studying to be an esthetician, but then I realized that I really love the makeup side of the beauty world. And then along the way, I realized I actually love that business side of the beauty world even more. And this is the reason why I decided to teach makeup, makeup and business as well. This is why my course that I teach here, my certification course, teaches both makeup and business as well, just because when we know how to do services and we know how to take amazing pictures, that's one thing, but then we also have to know how to run a business, how to start a business successfully. We have to know also how to obviously invest, right? Everything comes into it, because one without the other doesn't exist. If you're amazing at makeup artist, but you don't know the business side, you won't have clients. If you do have clients, but you don't know how to do makeup or hair or any type of service, no one's gonna come to you. So that's why both are so important. And this is the reason why I decided to teach that today. So I have my little notes here. So today I wanted to teach you how to attract clients online. So that's something that I love teaching, just because I have this approach to attracting clients online. And you will notice how I will use the word attract. I'm not talking about booking clients or finding clients. I'm talking about attracting clients. So that's why I wanna teach you guys as well how you can attract successfully clients online, how you can optimize your social media accounts, and how you can book your ideal clients, clients you want to personally work with, clients that make you happy, that you, after you're done with the client, you're like, oh my God, I'm so happy. I just made her so beautiful and she was so happy and she literally is my ideal client. Because I know a lot of you, I don't know if you are right now accepting services, some of you, or maybe you're getting into accepting services now after COVID. But it's, like I said, like one thing is knowing how to do a makeup artist, like how to do makeup, but another thing is knowing how to really be successful business owner. People want to come back to you and refer you to others. I always say as a makeup artist, you have to be a business owner as well. And a lot of times I notice that they don't have that business side in them, or they never learn that, and then that can affect your success, I guess, and affect how people, if they refer you to others, it can affect a lot of things as well. And this is the reason why I like teaching about this, so I'm going to get started today. So first thing, you guys can write down as many notes as possible. Obviously, hopefully you have your little notepads, because I'm going to be giving out a lot of ideas and a lot of tips and tricks as well, what to do on social media. When you post, what kind of content, and how to really attract those ideal clients. So first of all, first thing you want to do when you start accepting clients, or let's say you started promoting yourself on social media, first thing you want to do is optimize your social media accounts. So think about your social media accounts right now. When I say optimize, I mean create your social media accounts when your ideal client comes to your profile. They want to feel like, okay, she's talking to me. She literally is talking, like, this is perfect for me. And I'm sure you want to relate to this. Let's say if you're looking for someone to do your lashes, or you're looking for someone to do your waxing, or your hairstyle, whatever it is, right? You always look for that specific thing on someone's social media. Let's say if you're looking at social media, that will speak to you. So let's say if someone works only with women of color, for example, but you're not a woman of color, you maybe not relate yourself to that. But let's say someone works with mostly, like, I don't know, Caucasian women. I'm just giving an example right now. You will most likely relate yourself maybe more to that, just because you will see her, her eye shape, her skin tone might be similar to yours, so you might think like, okay, this is for me. This is just one of the examples. Same thing with bridal, for example. Maybe you're a bride, or a bridal client is trying to find you, and you're mostly posting looks like neon liners, for example. So a bridal client won't think like, oh, this is for me. She won't, even though maybe the makeup is similar to what she's looking for, but the type of makeup that you are promoting obviously won't speak to her. She won't think like, oh, this is a bridal look. I really want to look like this. So this is the reason why we want to optimize our social media channels. What I mean by that is when someone lands on your social media, first thing you want to see, when they see obviously, is going to be your bio, right? So look at your bio. You don't have to do it now, but you know, when you get a chance, look at your bio and think about your ideal client, and think about, well, does your bio really talk to them? What I mean by that, you obviously want to have your how do you call it, the name. I think it's you have a username, which my username is Nicolina_beauty, for example. But then you also have a name that you can also put something there. A lot of people just put their first and last name, right? And in that sense, people don't really look you under your first and last name, because they don't know your first and last name. They're looking for a Las Vegas makeup artist, or Las Vegas hairstylist, or Las Vegas nail technician, or LA, or whatever, you know, wherever you are, obviously, in which city you're in. They're going to be looking for someone like that. So when it says name, you definitely want to put some type of, almost like a keyword that you think that your ideal client will be looking for. And then the bio should also talk about what you do. First of all, so people, when they land on your social media account, they want to see what you do, what type of service you offer, who you serve, and where you're located. That's like the 4 main things you want to have on your social media account. Because a lot of times also when I'm looking for someone to do services with, it doesn't say where they're located. And I'm literally have to like scroll through the picture to see where the tag location is, to see like, are they in LA, are they in Vegas? Because a lot of people use, let's say, hashtags. Like I often use Los Angeles makeup artist as a hashtag, even though I'm not located there. So if someone finds me through that hashtag, they will come to my profile. They want to see that I'm a Las Vegas makeup artist. That's what you want to have in your bio. In my bio, I think now it says makeup business coach, just because if someone searches on, oh, it went up. If someone searches on Instagram, let's say Las Vegas makeup artist, now there's a new feature called kind of like an SEO for Instagram. So you can literally search types of keywords that you are looking for, or your client is looking for on social media, and if you have that in your either bio or in your as a name, you will pop as a possible result, I guess, in the search. So that's very important. In my bio, for example, it says I help makeup artists. So you notice how it says I help makeup artists. That means when someone lands, let's say a beginner makeup artist, they will say, okay, this is for me. She's talking to me because it says I help makeup artists. Then the next part of my bio says I help makeup artists start their own makeup artistry business, and I think it says book their first client or something like that. So when a beginner makeup artist, let's say, is looking for me, looking for my school, they will relate to that because it speaks to them. I help makeup artists. I help them start their own makeup artistry business, so that's the problem I'm solving for them. And I'm also helping them book their first clients, right? So when someone's looking for me in that sense, they will find me and they will relate to my profile. And then they will keep scrolling down to see, okay, I want to see more. People have a very short attention span, so they don't spend a lot of time on someone's profile. And also people are not on Instagram because they want to buy. People want to either learn something, they want to entertain themselves, or they want to get some type of value through either educational post or just like maybe meet someone like that, but they're not looking actively to purchase. No one went or goes to Instagram with a credit card ready to purchase, right? So that's why we don't want to promote anything in that sense, like kind of like pushing people to buy without offering any type of value. Again, people are on Instagram, and you can relate to this too when you go on Instagram because you have some free time, because you want to spend some time maybe looking for something new, some inspiration. Maybe you want to learn something, maybe you want to meet someone, maybe you want to get inspiration, maybe doing a makeup look for someone, so now you're looking for inspiration. Whatever that is, you are there because you want to get some type of value. And then maybe an ad hits you, or maybe someone, you see someone on social media, then maybe you purchase something, but you're not actively looking for that, nor you go on Instagram to purchase, right? So that's the first thing we want to do, is optimize your social media account. So then we want to pinpoint who is our ideal client. I was talking about ideal client, and I know a lot of students, especially my beginner students, are always wondering, like, what do you mean by ideal client? Like, how do I know who is my ideal client, right? So especially when you're starting out. In the beginning, in your business, everyone's going to be your ideal client, right? Because they're paying you for a service, and you're like, okay, money is money. I'm going to accept them no matter what type of look they want. I'm going to be there and do that type of look, right? But then, after maybe year, 2, 3 years of serving clients, you will determine who your ideal client is. Maybe you have already your ideal client. What I mean by that is someone that you prefer working with specifically, that you love working with. Let's say your ideal client is a bride, and you love doing bridal parties. You love doing that type of look. That means that you are mostly going to be promoting that type of looks. Again, you're not going to be promoting cut creases, neon liners, or anything that's trendy right now if you do want to attract your ideal client as a bride. Let's say your ideal client is a woman who who likes to party, who likes to go out, who likes to get dressed once a week and do her get her makeup done, get her hair done, the whole thing. Then you want to think about, okay, what type of clientele or what type of look that clientele would want to see on my social media, and make sure to really promote towards her. Like, always have her in the back of your mind because you wanted to speak to her. I don't post anything I do in school or anything I do on my clients. Often I get booked with clients who want some type of looks that are not my personal style, so I don't post that on my social media because I don't want to attract that type of clientele anymore. Not the type of clientele, but that clientele who wants that type of look. That's what I'm trying to say. But if I get a client who wants my personal style is radiant, soft, classic, sophisticated makeup look, right? Something that I have on my face right now, something that Lexi did as well, so that's the type of look I want to promote. So if my client doesn't request that type of look, I'm not going to promote it. I'm not going to post it on my social media because I don't want to get that type of clientele to book me. Let's say, again, if they're doing a neon liner or a pink eyeshadow, it's just not my type or my style that I want to promote or attract the type of clientele. So again, social media is almost like a full-time job. And it's a free tool. It's an amazing tool to attract clients. And if you understand social media, first of all, and you utilize it in a proper way, you can really do amazing things. I just started running ads literally a week ago. So far in my business, I ran maybe ads twice in 6 years since I started. Everything I do pretty much, my students, my school, my clients, everything I do organically through social media. And I'm sure you guys see me, if you follow me on social media, I'm constantly active, especially through my Instagram stories, because I really want to make sure that I'm promoting. And again, I'm not posting anything. I'm making sure that I post things that will attract that ideal client I want to work with. The second thing is, let's say you pinpoint your ideal client. Let's say it's a bride, and maybe you have someone in your life who is going to become a bride soon. I'm just giving an example right now, and you really want to work with a bride. I would suggest asking that person, like, what is it that you really struggle with right now? What is a problem for you when you maybe as a bride are looking for a makeup artist or a hairstylist or a spray tan technician, whatever it is, right? So what is it that you as a bride, you feel like there is a problem that you really want your makeup artist to solve? So the reason why I'm asking that and why it's a good thing to ask your client or your potential client that is because then you will notice, you will realize what their problem is. So for example, let's say it's a bride and she's looking for a makeup artist, but her problem is maybe she has acne skin. Maybe she doesn't want heavy makeup, she wants light makeup. Maybe she's afraid the makeup won't last all day. Maybe, there's so many things a bride is thinking, right? She's like, oh, I want to make sure I find someone perfect, but I have all these criteria that I really want to like pinpoint, right? So, and then get someone like that. If you have someone in your life or someone like maybe it was your potential client or you maybe work with them and you feel like that's your deal client, that type of clientele you want to keep attracting, get them on the phone and literally like 10, 15 minutes and ask them like, what is your a problem you're facing when choosing or before you chose your first client? Second thing is ask them, what is a successful makeup appointment or a hair appointment or whatever you guys offer as a service to you? So with that, you will notice what she says and write those things down. And the reason why is because then you will really understand your ideal client. You might think you understand your ideal client. You might think you know them right now. You might think like, okay, she's a bride. She's 25 to 45 or, whatever. She's coming from California, right? But you don't really know what is her problem, what is in her head. You don't know what she is looking for and what is a successful makeup appointment. So write down those things. And then whenever you're promoting something on social media, make sure to talk about those problems and those like a successful makeup appointment or a hair appointment that should be for someone like that. What I'm trying to say is, for example, when I go to someone's profile and I'm looking for someone specific, often I don't look for someone specific. I just find them through tagged photos. Let's say I'm looking for someone to help me with my social media. So I want to see that person is talking about problems on social media. I want to see that person is educating about things I'm struggling with. So that way I can learn a little bit about it, and that's already a content, an educational content, valuable content for me, so I can relate to that. Okay, they know what they're talking about. Now I'm gonna keep scrolling more because I kind of got in a little like a rabbit hole. Now I'm like, okay, I'm interested, I wanna see more. And then I'm gonna think like, okay, this is a perfect person to work with because they're really talking about my problems I'm facing in my business because I wanna hire someone for social media. They know what they're talking about, obviously, because they're already educating through their post, through the valuable posts they're sharing. They're sharing some tips and tricks, and they're not just promoting, book me for next this or that, or they're not just like going out there and like pushing the sales. They're really educating me in some type of way, so that way I'm like, okay, this is a really good person I want to work with. So then I would slide in their DMs and ask them more questions about it. So the same thing relates to makeup artists as well. So what I'm trying to say here, let's say your bride is struggling with acne, she's struggling with makeup that's not going to last all day, or she's struggling with anything like that. Talk about that problem. Talk about, let's say, you want to post something on your social media, maybe do a little Instagram story tutorial, or maybe do a little, like, show your face. That's very important also. Don't be afraid to show your face. Talk about that. Talk about products that you as a makeup artist or you as a hairstylist use for someone who has oily skin or oily hair, for example. We were talking about oily hair, right? So that might be a problem for you. So think about, maybe brides are thinking the same thing. Educate them also on the ways like how to prepare yourself for a makeup appointment. Maybe that's a problem for them because they don't know, they've never done this before. It's the first time getting makeup done. So how do I prepare myself for a makeup appointment, right? So you want to talk about that. So again, think about problems your bride or your ideal client is having, and then talk about those problems. And then she will relate to that. She will think like, oh, she's talking to me. I literally have this, I'm like thinking about this. She's talking to me. She's educating me in some way. I want to book her. People don't book just because they see a beautiful picture. Obviously, it's a big plus, and as a makeup artist, hairstylist, we want to make sure we know how to take good pictures, but also there has to be some type of caption that talks to that specific client. Also, one more really good valuable content would be before and after, explaining the process. Let's say you have a before and after with a client who has acne, right? But then before has acne, after acne is covered. Again, I'm going back to acne as a very big problem in makeup artistry. So talk about the process. Say, with this client, Kate, let's say, I'm going to use Kate. She had acne, and I managed to cover her acne by using this, and that. right? Products you used. Talk about that. So then the next client who might have also acne will relate to that. Okay, she had acne, she managed to cover them. Okay, that's a problem I'm struggling with. I'm going to book with her because she knows what she's talking about, right? Instead of saying, book me for a next makeup appointment. People are just, there's no value in that, right? There's no value in it. So always think about it. Always provide some type of value and then ask for something in return. And something in return would be at the end of your post, do a call to action. I'm sure you guys have heard of call to action. If you haven't, it's kind of like calling your audience to take an action on your page, which would be after you do some type of valuable post talking about the client, giving some type of value, explaining what you did and what kind of process you did for her, what products you used. At the end, you can put something like, if you are getting married this year or getting married this year, make sure to book through clicking the link in my bio or something like that. Explain the process of the booking. Don't just say, book me today. People don't know how to book you today. People don't read. Or not that they don't read, they don't really they don't want to spend too much time because they want it quick and instant and they want it to be there for them. So take them through the process. Tell them book through link in my bio or by clicking the contact button in my bio or book me by emailing me to this email or whatever it is. Make sure you have a clear call to action after each post that you post. Okay, and you will notice a huge difference. Again, it wouldn't be just like you are promoting yourself, book me, book me, book me, because again, people just scroll through that. And if you do it over and over and over again, people just won't even look at your post anymore, and they will most likely sometimes even unfollow. That's a very, very valuable lesson that I use in my business, and clients and students are just reaching out to me from literally all over America. I'm having students coming from Minnesota. I just had a student from California. So it's like they're being attracted again by this valuable posts I'm posting on my social media, and they see that there's value. They see they really learn a little bit something before they even come to me, and they want to work with me because of that reason. Let me see, where was I? Okay, so again, walk your customer through the experience. Same thing on your websites as well. It's important not just to, again, call to action, book me, book me, book me. It's more about guiding them through the whole process of what you are going to be doing for them. Let's say they land on your website. The first part of your website should say something about who you are, what you do, what kind of service you offer, what type of style of makeup, and then also explain the process. Something like, let's say you're a makeup artist. You can guide them through the process of, when you book with me, I will make sure I customize a personalized makeup application to you, to your needs. I will make sure to communicate with you through the whole process. Maybe you have a trial. We can also do a trial to make sure we test out the makeup so you're comfortable for the actual wedding day. Kind of like guide them through that process. Talk to them. Don't just put book me and here is the list, or when someone reaches out, you just send them a price list, and people are, like, okay, this is not personalized. Everyone wants a personalized experience, and that's very, very important for clients. And that's with makeup, hair, any type of service. Of course, it's a need, right? We need to get our makeup done or hair done, but a lot of times it's that experience that really leaves an impact on your client, and that's the reason why they refer you to others. And referrals are the best way to get more clients. So we all know that, right? And that's the reason why I love doing these networking events, because when you guys meet each other, start following each other on Instagram, and let's say you as a makeup artist now need a hairstylist, you're going to think about, okay, who did I meet at that event, or maybe some networking event, or maybe you met them somewhere else. You're going to think about them and refer them to that client as well. And this is the reason why networking is so important, because referrals are huge. And again, people won't refer you if you do a bad job, or if you don't have a good customer service, or if the experience was bad for them. Maybe you did the best makeup ever, or hair. Maybe you were the best makeup artist in the sense of how you communicated with them, but the experience was bad. Maybe your brushes were dirty, or maybe after that she break out or something. That was a bad experience. So now she's not going to refer you to anyone, even though you did the best makeup maybe ever for her in her life, right? So again, everything kind of ties in. So try to focus on that personalized experience for your clients, not only when you do makeup, but also when you talk about it on social media, because that's very, very important. And again, people are looking for, if they want to spend money, they're looking for a professional business. They're not looking for a hobbyist or someone who does it just when they feel like it. So try to be consistent. Try to show your face on social media, because again, the clients love to see who is behind social media as well. So I want to talk a little bit more about the algorithm and how Instagram works as well. So it's not just about posting whenever you feel like it. There has to be a strategy behind it. So how Instagram works, when you post something on Instagram, let's say you have 500 followers on your Instagram channel. So you post something on your Instagram, Instagram instantly shows that to probably maybe 5 to 10% of people who are following you. So it's only going to show it to about maybe 25 to 30 or 25 to 50 people who are following you. And then if those 5 to 10% of those people are engaging with your content, liking your content, sharing, posting, commenting, whatever it is, then Instagram will feel like, or think like, okay, these 10% of people are loving this content. Now I'm going to organically show it to more people. So that's the reason why you want to understand your insights. I don't know if you have already a business account, your Instagram, if it's a business account or not. I would definitely suggest switching it to a business account just because you can see insights. And with insights, you can also see who is your audience, if it's mostly men or women, where they're located, so you can see location. You can also see when they're mostly active. And that's very important because then you want to be the mostly active as well. So let's say for me, mostly before quarantine, people were mostly active 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. During quarantine, people were very active 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then now it's about 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on my social media. It doesn't mean it's yours as well, so check your insights when you switch it to a business account and see, you can kind of see the times when your followers are mostly active. What I'm trying to say by that is if my clients or potential clients' followers are mostly active 9 a.m. to, let's say, 12 p.m., I'm going to make sure I post at about 8:30 to 9, because then people will be active and Instagram will show my account to them as well. And then when I do the post, I don't just exit from Instagram. And that's a big mistake. A lot of people just do the post and just like, okay, I did my thing. I checked it off, now I did my thing. Make sure to stay on your social media account and make sure to engage with your followers and potential clients as well. How do you find those potential clients? You can find them through hashtags. Let's say you think about your bride. Let's say she's a local bride. She's a woman 25 to 45. Where could she be hanging out? Think about restaurants, think about bars, think about shops, think about places she could be maybe tagging that she's like located in, or places that maybe she is hanging out, or accounts she's maybe following, maybe some lifestyle bloggers, maybe some wedding chapels, hotels, hotel chapels, David Bridal, I'm just talking about like giving examples. Think about who could she be following and tagging, and then try to engage with those clients. And how you engage with a client like that, when you go to her profile, let's say you made a post, and now take about 30 minutes to engage. So you will find those clients through those hashtags, tagged posts, go to their profile, like last 9 pictures, and comment on the last picture. The reason why is when and you know this too, when you see someone tagged or liked 9 of your pictures and a comment and a follow, you're like, okay, let me go check it out who she is. Like, you kind of instantly go to that profile, and then she will see your newest post. She will engage with your newest post. Now you're in her algorithm, right? So now she's going to keep seeing your post because she engaged with your account, and now Instagram is going to be showing your account to her multiple times. Again, it's about being consistent now, so you don't want to just post one and be like, okay, I'm done. I'm not going to post for the next 7 days. She'll forget about you. You'll get out of her algorithm. You want to stay there, so you want to keep being active, so she can keep seeing your posts, and then possibly maybe even booking with you when it's time for her wedding or her event or whatever it is. Okay, does this make sense? Okay. Ask me if you have any questions, because I know it's a lot of information. Let's see. Again, quality posts too. You want to make sure your account has quality posts. When someone lands in your account, they have about 3 to 6, not even 10 seconds to decide, do I want to keep staying on this account and looking more, or I'm done, I don't like what I see. And that determines your bio, optimized bio. A picture you have, your account picture, it should be either your logo or your professional picture, not a selfie from a car or something like that, a professional picture of you. And then the first probably like 6 to 9 pictures will determine if that client wants to click follow, if they want to keep scrolling, if they want to keep clicking on it. That's why that overall kind of like a grid I say overall design is very important. And that's the reason why even when I post, again, I don't post anything. I don't post everything. I make sure I really know what I'm posting and how I'm posting, and Manana will be talking about that as well. Exact things that how to post and how to keep your account kind of like with the same colors and the same vibe, right? Because again, if you know this too, when you go to someone's account and you kind of see like same colors, similar posts, everything kind of has a vibe, you want to keep scrolling down, right? So again, that's why it's important to have quality content. Don't just post anything just because it's cute. Post with an intention. Post because you have your ideal client in mind, you have the problem you're solving for them, and keep kind of looping around that. It's good to even write down, like, let's say you have, like I was talking about problems. you have 5 problems. Talk about those 5 problems over and over again. It doesn't have to be just once and you're like done with talking about the problem. Keep talking about it. Next week, you can keep talking about it in a little bit different way, or maybe now on Instagram stories. But again, make sure the content is a quality content. Show your face as well. Instagram story, if you don't have the time to obviously do the whole post and all that, make sure you're active on Instagram story. I, for example, spend more time on Instagram stories than a regular post, just scrolling through posts. And I think it's became a really I think everyone's doing that now because we have TikTok, we have Snapchat, so people are just used to showing that more raw content, and that's why I love it more on the raw side. Doesn't have to be so edited, doesn't have to be so perfect. It's going to expire in 24 hours, so again, make sure to post. If you don't have a model, let's say, you're always like, how do I create content, right? If you don't have the model, make yourself the model, right? Do your own hair, do your own makeup. Maybe, put a little, like, you can buy those little stickers for mirrors. I buy them on Amazon where they hold a phone. I just put them like that in my vanity or in my bathroom. And then when I'm doing my makeup or I'm doing my hair or I just want to talk to my followers, I just go live or just click record and just like do a quick, like maybe 5, 6 Instagram stories, just kind of talking about myself or talking about the products I'm using, or I'm getting ready to go to school. So I just want to kind of showcase my face as much as possible so people don't forget about me. Let's see. Okay, so one more really good way how to attract clients is also having a downloadable freebie. So if you guys don't know what that is, for example, let's say you have a link in bio, you have a website, or you can maybe add like Linktree or Milkshake. Those 2 websites are websites where you can kind of set up different links. So that way people, when they click on it, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, you can have different links. Instead of just saying one link, you can have like, download this, or check this out, have your YouTube channel, have your website, maybe you're selling something else. You can have like different links inside, but you're promoting. And let's say one of those links should be some type of downloadable content. It could be a free content. The best way is to do a free content. Let's say a PDF. For example, you're a makeup artist and you want to do like a cheat sheet for your bridal client, how to get ready for a bridal appointment, right? It's just like maybe 10 things that you want to write on top, like on the PDF file, maybe make it cute. I don't know if you guys use Canva or not. Usually I use Canva. There's a free option as well to create freebies like that. They have a bunch of different templates you can just choose. It doesn't have to be anything specific. Don't get caught up in the detail. People don't care about details. People don't care if it's perfect or not. They care about the result you give them. So even if it's just a regular, literally like a Word document, but as long as it has good content and good valuable content people can learn from, that's what matters. But if you make it all cute, but there's no content, people don't care about the cute. They're actually going to be mad because you didn't deliver content. So don't get caught up in the detail. Don't get caught up in typos or whatever. I make typos all the time. I don't care. As long as I deliver the result, that's what matters. So let's say, again, you are a makeup artist and you want to attract your bridal client. So you can put downloadable freebie, how to get ready for a makeup appointment. And a bride, again, is going to find this very valuable for her because she's going to learn something. She's going to get some type of education from it. She's going to know how to prepare for a makeup appointment. And with that way, you collect emails. So it's very important when they download something, and I'm sure you guys have downloaded stuff online for free. You had to put your first and last name and your email inside. I use Kajabi for these things. Kajabi is an online platform where I host my online course, and you can also host free downloadable content. Or it can be any type of way. It can be on your website. It can be like when someone lands on your website, you know how it like pops like a little email pop-up? You can have them there as well. Download my how to get ready for a bridal appointment guide, for example. And people will download it for free. They will put their email. That way you're collecting emails. Email is the best asset in your business. Collect emails. It's very important to collect emails because Instagram, it is your Instagram account, but those followers are not yours. If you get shut down, for example, or if you get blocked or hacked or whatever, you will lose those followers. So try collecting emails. From the first appointment you book to, again, I was doing freebies, try to collect emails. I have a database of emails, so that way you can keep promoting to those people when you have specials, when you add new services, when you maybe relocate to a different salon or something like that. You want to have a database of people who are following you no matter what, right? So it's very important to collect it. And again, through freebies, you're collecting emails. People are getting valuable content. It most likely will end up in being a booked client. And also, again, you're getting them value, so they're not wasting their time on just book me, promote, and all that. People, again, don't really care about that. Let me see. What else do I have? So that's pretty much it, actually. That was my last note in here. So does this all make sense to you guys, what I was talking about on social media? do you guys have any questions? I'm sure there's questions, so I'm happy to answer any questions before we get Kate and Manana on the stage. They're going to be talking more about social media, and we're going to get into that. But before that, I wanted to really talk about Instagram account. So do you guys have any questions about anything that I was talking about? No questions? Don't be shy. No questions? Okay. Okay, sounds good. So we're going to get Manana on the stage and Kate. Whoever wants to go first. Did you guys plug in your presentation? Okay, perfect, awesome. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. This is Kate. She is a co-founder of Beauty Advisor.
Thank you. Should I sit here?
Sure, you can sit here. The only reason why I kind of spread it because the projector, so we can like obviously make sure we see it really good. Yeah, you can put it here.
Doesn't distract me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm signed into Clubhouse right now, and it's constantly going off. I
Oh
don't know if you guys are
wow!
signed on.
Oh wow! Are you live on Clubhouse or?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm not live right now, but I just signed up for the ad.
Oh, just signed up.
Yep.
Yep. Clubhouse is amazing.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys have checked it out yet, but like there's a lot of makeup rooms where makeup artists talk about tips too. It's really fun. So, but anyway, it's constantly going off now.
That's amazing. I love that.
So I'm Kate Alcaraz. I'm co-founder of Beauty Advisor. Oh, thank you.
This little thingy.
Right.
There you go.
Okay. Is that a little better? Okay. I'm Kate Alcaraz. I'm co-founder of Beauty Advisor, and we are an online destination that nearly 2 million Americans visit to find beauty pros to schedule with, whether you're a plastic surgeon, hairstylist, makeup artist, you name it. We're a place that people go to for on-demand beauty advice, to discover the latest looks, services, and trends out there that are available to them. And soon we're going to allow users to actually connect with brands as well and be able to shop thousands of products. So our whole mission at Beauty Advisor is to simplify the process of looking and feeling your best. That's what we're all about. And users can access us either through beautyadvisor.com or the Beauty Advisor app. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about gaining more exposure and clients on social media, as well as, of course, Beauty Advisor. Nicolina, you did such a good job covering everything. I'm like, all her tips, spot on, amazing. We found the same thing. But, I'll just go into certain tips just a little more in detail and give you some visuals as well that might help along the way. So every month at Beauty Advisor, what we do as a team is we spend hundreds of hours, literally, looking for top talent in the beauty industry to feature. So we're reaching out to top plastic surgeons, injectors, estheticians, lash artists, makeup, hair, like we cover all the artists. We love them. And so we've really seen it all in terms of content that's put out there on Google, on Instagram, Pinterest, Facebook, like we see everything. And what's uploaded on Beauty Advisor from these pros. And so I really want to give you some examples that will help set you apart from the competition since it's getting busy again out there. It's a great time to start booking more clients. So we'll be covering just quickly, because you did such a good job going over this, but I'm going to be giving you all some visuals of how to put together a fantastic bio, focusing on location of where you're at and being accurate about that, things to avoid, and ways to get noticed to really set yourself apart. Okay, and hopefully you can see this with the windows. I think you can. It's actually came out really good here. Yeah. So, bios. Nicolina touched on this, and I'm not sure if everybody, oh yeah, you were like all over it. Oh yes, Lee, I'm blocking you, but it's great. So I want to give you a couple examples of bios, just visual that you can check out. I am Emily Dawn on Instagram, okay? We're looking at Instagram profiles right now because a lot of you probably don't have a Beauty Advisor account. So here's the thing, she's fabulous. She's in LA. She does hair, makeup, grooming. Actually, Taylor picked her. Taylor's on our marketing team. There you are. Taylor actually helped me pick out everybody because she sees profiles like thousands a day. And she's constantly reaching out to different pros. So she was on top of this one. We love her. She's on Beauty Advisor. The problem is if I were looking for an artist, I wouldn't know that she's available to book. She looks like she's an influencer at this point. She does hair, makeup, all things beauty, hair, makeup, grooming, Send inquiries to her email. Inquiries, well, usually if you want to book, it's inquiries. It sounds like a manager inquiry almost. And then hear me out, Refinery 29. And then she gives her website, but a YouTube link right there. The problem though is if I were to get married or I had like a special event, I would think, I don't know if she's like an influencer and if she's even gonna respond to me. That's the worst when you reach out to somebody and they don't reply and you like their work. It's so annoying. So you want responses. So I would probably pass her up because I don't know if she's even gonna get back to me. But Emily Mosby in Gilbert, Arizona, she's a pro makeup artist. We love her. She's on Beauty Advisor too. And she says published, so we think she's cool, right? She's published, that's awesome. Specialized in bridal, but I do all occasions. So I know if I'm in the Phoenix area, whether I'm getting married or I have a special event or I'm in a music video or whatever it is, you know. Not music video for me personally, but I have little kids. But I know that she could potentially be available, and she's got a link tree there, so you can click on her different links, and I know exactly where she's located. So she's somebody that we knew we could reach out to because she's going to be available to take clients. Because we want to obviously highlight people that are accepting clients, because that's what Beauty Advisor is all about here. Nicolina, her bio is like flawless. I help beginner makeup artists turn their side hustle into a full-time makeup business. So you know exactly what she does when you look at her profile. So she's in Vegas. You can see that on the location. I would think, okay, you know, I'm going to reach out to her whether I'm an aspiring makeup artist, you know, any kind of makeup artist. She helps them like be on top of their game as artists. So her target market right here are makeup artists, and you know that right away. So those are great. Those are examples of great bios, and then a not so hot one. So we can go to the next slide now. Okay, how to show your location. So here's just a kind of a visual breakdown. You touched on all of this, but it's very important when we go to look for pros on Beauty Advisor. Sometimes we miss some of the best pros out there. No joke. I see them and I'm like, where did they come from? Because we couldn't find them looking for locations by locations. They didn't even show up. So you want to make sure for your city, you were on it, like you were showing up. Like have your friends do searches on social to see where you come up. Now on Beauty Advisor, this is not a problem. That's the whole point of our app and our website. I started Beauty Advisor with my partner because I couldn't find a great hair and makeup artist available in the area where I was getting married. I was in the tech industry and I was doing all this like software tech stuff, right? And then I jumped into the aesthetics industry, but then I launched Beauty Advisor because it's so hard to find some of the best talent out there. And when you're going to get married, you know, like that's your special day. You want your contour to be perfect. You want your eyes to be perfect. Like you want to really be able to find the best people available. And it was so hard because Instagram, you put in a hashtag and like there's people from LA showing up and like all over the place because they're over hashtagging. And then like some people don't hashtag because they think it's not cool, which is okay, fine if you're Kim K or whatever, but everybody else, right? It is cool, it's fine. And you just can't find them. So it's very important to, you know, have location-based hashtags, checking in at events, salons, wherever you are in the area. Tag fellow stylists you're working with and doing collabs with. Tag your clients, but make sure to always use your location. On Beauty Advisor, again, this is not an issue because you go to find pros, you look for pros in your location. You're looking at content like wedding makeup looks, you can filter by location and see all the looks from people in your area. So it's not an issue. But on social, it's a complete issue. So just make sure you always use locations. And you can see this pro here in Riverton, Utah. She did a fabulous job. Utah makeup artist, she tagged Riverton, Utah. She did Zion makeup artist, St. George makeup artist. So I know if I'm in that neck of the woods of southern Utah, she's available. And she's great. All right, things to avoid. Oh boy, we see this like all day long. And I have to say, the makeup industry is getting better. The best industry for content is hair. Oh my gosh, hairstylists, they're amazing. It's not. And you know what? In the hotter states, it's better. But once you get to the colder states, and East Coast especially, it goes way down the quality because the makeup artists, you know, a lot of them don't use ring lights still, even though there's more education on it now, like you're educating, you've got a ring light up, you know, but you know, on the East Coast, when you're in New York, everything's dark. There's not many windows. It's always like yellowy. Boston's the same issue. You don't have as much sun, so it's a big problem. But like Arizona, California, most of California here, like you guys are good. But certain states, oh my gosh, it's awful. So we see this day in and out, uploaded on Beauty Advisor. But if you look on Instagram too, and you look at by hashtag, for instance, like Las Vegas makeup artist or whatever, you know, you'll see the top results. You always want to hit top results, right? Top posts at the top. And then you see this stuff down below. You'll start to see content like this. On Beauty Advisor, we have our featured content that we feature, and then we have this stuff that people just upload and we don't want to delete it because maybe somebody will, you know, at least they can somewhat make out the look. But there's a lot of this. So you can see distracting backgrounds, no Kleenex boxes in the back. Use portrait mode to filter all that out if you can. Yellowy lighting is a big issue. We don't like yellowy lighting. Instagram's AI, you're never going to hit top posts if you have yellowy lighting. The AI's smart. It's going to filter you right out. The AI picks it up like that. Yeah. Yeah, their AI is getting so good. We manually do it. We manually feature photos and promote them to users aggressively, but Instagram's AI does it. Yeah. Collages, you have to watch out for those. Try to stick to just before and after, and then have like in our network, you just do your before and after, and then you can upload more photos. On Instagram, obviously, when you're uploading photos, just before and after, and then do a different page, you know, and then do another like side shop profile, whatever. But don't do this. It just you're never gonna get picked up by the algorithm. Not many people will see your posts. And then blurry, low quality photos. We see a ton of those. It's crazy. The majority of the content is like that, blurry. And it's like, just make sure it's nice and crisp. It's kind of like a no-brainer. Everybody looking at this is probably like, yeah, obviously. But you would not believe we get this stuff all the time, and social media does. So I just wanted to kind of give you some visuals there. Here's more. Lots of fun Halloween photos, but if you're an artist looking to book new clients, people don't really book people that often for makeup looks like this. Yes, maybe around Halloween time, but you're not going to get booked too many jobs for looks like this. So try to avoid, you know, kind of the crazy Halloween looks. You can have other pages that, you know, just for fun, maybe a Halloween page or whatever, but if you were talking about this, if you're mainly booking bridal clients or you're doing editorial, stick to the content that you want to book, because that's what people, you know, that's what they see you as. That's what they see you specializing in. No black and white or filters. We want to, or heavy filters at least. And then the bad lighting. So just ring lights, you can get them on Amazon so cheap.
The small one was like maybe $8. The big one was like 120. And again, that was like 5 years ago when it just started. So I'm sure they got even more affordable.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely.
And even if you're doing tutorials at home on yourself or on friends, and you're doing like fun reels and like fun videos and stuff like that, you can literally get these little ring lights at Marshall's for like $15, $20, and they work so well. And they clip right to your like bathroom counter, like desk or whatever. It's amazing. So, I'm so glad. Okay, so thank you. Thank Taylor over there. She's awesome with it. So common grid mistakes. Okay, before pics first. Try to avoid that. It's better to showcase the after result first before the before shot here. Plastic surgeons do this too, because we have a lot of plastic surgeons on Beauty Advisor, because we don't care if you're interested in a breast dog or you want to get your makeup done. We want you to find the best of the best. So, but the before pics first, try to avoid that. Closed eye pics, here and there it's okay, but you don't want a whole profile, a whole grid of closed eyes. It's not the best. Also, when you're making, I'll back up a little bit, no cover photo for videos. That's a big one. You want to have a cover photo for the video content that you create, because it looks nicer in your grid, and it allows people to know exactly what the video's about. When you look at this, nobody's going to watch it because they don't know what it is. You know, that's the problem. There has to be like, and I'm going to show you.
Almost.
Yeah, like, I'm going to show you an example of a makeup artist. But like, she has this video for like, tutorial for hooded eyes. I'm like, hello, that's like, I go right to it. Makeup for 35 plus. I'm like, that's me again. I'm closer to 40. But you know, but that makes you watch that video. You've got to have that call to action and that cover photo in front. Okay, so we can, yep. Okay. Oh, so it's playing them all at once. Okay, so ideas for your social media. We're going to start with the first one. At Beauty Advisor, we are really wanting to push tutorials this year. Everything is about education. People want to learn. It's the age of education. So if you can do tutorials, just be confident about it. You're in the beauty industry or you went into the beauty industry because you're good at what you do and you're an artist. So you guys can come up with such cool stuff. Just start working on your friends even and do some tutorials and just create fun content and you're going to keep getting better at it. And then you can start doing it on your clients and just having so much fun. But we love tutorials. So we're going to show you an example of a tutorial for a classy bun. Now, just so you know, the cover photo did not upload on here when we downloaded the video, so it's a bad example. She actually had, these are not the best examples because of how we had to save this in Canva.
So you start by making a ponytail, but instead of bringing it through at the very end, you're going to stop right there, and then take that remaining hair that you didn't pull through, and you're going to twist it around like you're saying you do, and take that remaining hair, wrap it around the bun, and underneath your ponytail to secure it, and that is how you create this low classy bun.
Just super short and easy. Yeah, nothing too long. You lose people pretty quickly, you know, just short and sweet. Tricks people love. That's another one. So all of a sudden that one decided not to work, but like if you have tricks on like how to keep your makeup on all day, how to keep your makeup on when you're in the sun, like any kind of like quick tricks that you can offer, like secrets that you have as a makeup or hair artist, those are really awesome to do. And if you have that cover shot at the beginning, the cover photo with the title right there, you know, that just grabs people, you're going to get a lot of views, whether it's on Beauty Advisor, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it is. People are going to start checking it out and following you. They love it. They want to know those tricks. And then full transformations. These are super fun because before we could only do before and after shots, you know, or just after shots. But now we can take video transformations. So the person knows it's not like edited or whatever to like, you know, they trust it more, right? And it's like live. You can see all the angles. There's movement. It's so cool. So we're going to play a transformation. So this one's kind of fun. We actually, the makeup artist just submitted this to us. So you can see like the contouring process, then the brows and everything. And then you're like, wow, like, oh my gosh, she's amazing. Like, and you can see all the angles with the contour, eyes, everything. It's just a really fun way to take content. So just be creative with it and have fun. And if you're posting content like that, people are going to love you. They're going to totally book with you because you're probably like the 10% that's actually doing this. There's going to be, or at least the 20%. It's always that 80-20 rule. The 20% stand out and they get all the business, and the 80% struggle. So it's going to put you in that top 20%. Okay, when you're taking photos, you talked about all this. This is just more of a visual.
I love it. This is amazing.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So you have the before and after shot. So good lighting. You know, you can see, obviously, you can see the look really, really well. It's spot on. You don't have messy borders in between the before and the after. We see that a lot. We don't like it. We don't feature photos with big borders around them or like writing on the photos. And Instagram, they don't like it either. And they're going to filter your content and they're not going to put it in top posts. So stay away from the big borders and all the writing on your photos and the emojis, all of that. The AI doesn't like it. We don't like it. So just keep it nice and clean.
I just want to say one more
Yeah.
thing about this before and after.
Yeah.
Make sure the faces are in the same
try to match that so both are in the same level. So I use a layout, the three app that we have, right?
Yep.
It's Instagram app.
Yeah.
And when you upload, you can actually zoom and zoom out pictures so they perfectly match before and after. And this is visually so much better versus I see this often when they have like a very small before and then a very big after, and then the heads are just not matching. So that's, I'm sure, also something that Instagram will filter out and won't show as well.
Yeah, and ideally you actually really want them facing exactly the same way. She has her head turned a little bit. It's okay. But really you want it like, you know, you do your front shot, your profile shot, side shot, like all of that, you know. Nice front shot here. This is just an after photo, but you know, you can post photos like this, like really nice glam. It's very high res. It's just not coming through quite as well on the projector. Big ones. Always post the profile or side angles because people want to see the contour. They want to see the person's face shape. Like, you would not believe how much people dig into the photos you're posting when they go to book you. They go to see if you do makeup exactly how they like it. It's crazy. Like, when I went to get married, I could not find a makeup artist that did the contour the way I liked it. I like to, like, really contour, you know, like more than I probably should. But nobody was doing like really making me have like a chiseled look, you know, and so that's what I was looking for. That's who I wanted to book. But people look for the way you're doing eyes. They look to make sure there's other clients that look like them. They want to make sure that you know how to work on whether you have hooded eyes or you have large eyes or all of that. Have a nice array of clients that you've worked on, even if you have to get your friends involved to be your guinea pigs, you know, because seriously, they'll probably love it, right? And then they go out on a Saturday night. So, but it's nice to have lots of variety and get those profile shots so they can see exactly how you're doing the makeup.
One thing I want to mention, when
Yeah.
you're doing a profile, try to do it under an angle. Don't have your client on your way all the way and all the way because it'll just look like flat. You won't see the contour. It will just be very flat.
Yes.
So again, like
That's a good
30%
tip.
angle maybe. Usually that's what I tell my clients. And tell the clients to relax. Like almost guide them through the process because often they're just awkward. They're just like standing there like with a straight face. So make them relax them a little bit. Like tell them, you know, obviously I like to tell my clients to come in here a little shoulder. So like a little side like this and kind of almost sit. This is a really good pose. Like they kind of stick out a little bit if they're sitting. So that way they kind of get that little like a nice side shot. I really love that.
Yeah.
So again, straight pictures are cute. Like this is a really cute picture, but again, it's a little bit to the side as well. It doesn't look like a mug shot, right? It's like straight in the face. And like she said, you don't see the dimension to the side. You don't see that highlight. You don't see that, you know, cheeks coming through. So you really want
That's true.
you know, make your client comfortable. Like try to fix things in the background, like she said. Don't have a messy background. And again, tell them, hey, give me a little to the side. Give me a little straight. Also, one more thing, when they're taking eye shots, often when you tell clients, you know, close your eyes, they do this. It's just an instant thing. So always tell them keep your chin up and look down. Sometimes we have them close their eyes, sometimes they just look down. It extends the eyes. You can really see, especially if they're beautiful, like eye makeup with like glitter or something. You really want to have it like three-dimensional shine. You really want them either to look down or like look a little bit to the side, but you don't want it to look like this because you just see the forehead and brows. You don't really see the eyes. It doesn't really hit the highest points, which is the center of the eye look line. With hairstyling, I'm sure like also like you don't want your client's hair down. You want it almost like if you're taking it from the back, you should kind of lean back a little bit so you can really see that like nice, you know, whatever you did, curl or a bun or whatever it is, you can really showcase.
Right.
So again, you know, try to control your client. Don't just do it. Don't rush through it. You know, take 2, 3, 5 minutes to really like position them. And I always say for makeup, tell them to smile a little bit with no teeth, just a tiny bit. It lifts the cheeks and it kind of lifts the eyes a little bit, and just everything looks a little bit more rough up.
I love it.
So that's a trick I always tell my clients.
Those are really good tips. And ones that, you know, we're just receiving the content and looking for great pros, but we're not working on clients. So it's so good to have that feedback. That's amazing.
Just little tips can really make a difference.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, I love it. Okay. So here's an important one. You talked about interacting on social media because you can't expect people to engage with you if you don't engage with them. Now, a few years ago, you could sign up for Instagram or something and pay $9.99 a month, and you could have a bot interact for you. And it,
But at least they don't cut those out.
oh, they're gone. Yeah, unless you're paying like hundreds a month, because actually they do exist, but you have to pay hundreds a month, and then they do exist, and they don't cause problems for your accounts. But
Or you can hire a virtual assistant.
yes,
Virtual assistants
absolutely.
Out of country, usually
Yeah.
And I have a virtual assistant who helps me.
Yeah.
And she takes care of all that. So I don't have a bot. I actually have a real person
Yep.
going in, commenting. So if that's something you don't have the time for,
Mhm.
you can always hire someone like that. And it's very, very affordable.
That's amazing. I know somebody that does it too. It's about 150. Sounds like it's about the same for you.
150 to 200.
Yeah.
It's working for me, so I pay her 200. But I would
Yeah.
say, like, if it was just with me, I would probably 100, 200.
Yeah. So I mean, if you want to put out that money, you could have somebody interact for you.
It's a good way to invest, because again, social media is what will give you those clients. It's only 1 or 2 clients for you to pay off your monthly fee for a virtual assistant, but it will keep your account growing and it will also keep your account engaged and active.
Well, especially if you start to get really busy and you're working with clients all day, you're not going to want to engage for like an hour on social media a night. I mean, some people might want to, but like a lot of us, we're tired. If you're in the studio, I have friends that they're traveling. Yeah, there's like, I have some makeup artist friends, and they're like literally gone for like 18 hours, in LA on these like shoots and stuff, and they're exhausted, and they're like, Kate, I'm like, are you kidding? I like don't want to do, I don't want to do anything. I'm exhausted, so that's a great option. So talk to us if you ever want to know about that. But if you want to do it the good old-fashioned way, you can absolutely interact. Okay, so after you post and 30 minutes before you post is a really good idea too. And, follow people like you said, like their content, reply to their stories, comment, lots of photos. Just engage with them and be their friend, and then they're going to reciprocate and also engage with your content. And it's a great thing to do to also network with fellow beauty pros in the industry, because you all refer people so much. Like you have clients sitting in your chair and they become your best friend in that hour. And you're talking about where you go to get your lips done and who does your lashes and who did your breasts last year and whatever. Like you're always gossiping about stuff, and you like to refer fellow friends. So get to know other people in the industry. You'll have so much fun with it really. And then on top of that, another thing, so engaging locally is big too. And you talked about this. Like people that are posting locally, you could check out the hot spots like Summerlin and wherever people are hanging out, and engage with those women or men or whatever, whoever you're working on, just people that are your potential clients. So definitely engage with the community. It's just so, so important. So that's pretty much it there. You know how to be active. It's just a matter of doing it. Final notes. Okay, so Reels are prioritized on Instagram. I'm sure you guys have heard that now. Reels are huge. So just try to step out of the box if you haven't already done it and start posting Reels. Play around with it, practice, get comfortable with it, but they are prioritized. Stories are great to do. Everybody watches stories like you said. It's huge. We're posting more tutorials and content that's more like video based, so it's absolutely huge right now. Avoid posting videos with TikTok watermarks on Instagram. I'm sure you've heard that, but you can't do that anymore. They push your post down so they don't.
Okay.
Yeah, but
How do you take it off?
well, there is a website you can go to that removes the watermark.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and I don't have it handy, but just shoot me a DM if you want to know, and I'll send it to you.
Okay.
So you can let everybody know. Yeah,
It's so much easier to create them in TikTok and then post them.
I
Even
know.
though Reels are easy, but it's just a new platform, so just
It's just double the work.
it's double the work.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of work.
No, they don't
Yeah,
like that
and their
anymore.
latest update. If you're cross-posting, they don't like it.
Because they don't want you to leave from Instagram and go to a different platform. That's the whole thing. They don't want to for anyone to engage that or promote that, I guess.
We don't like it either.
Instagram wants you to stay on Instagram as much as possible because that's how they make money, right, from ads. So if you leave in any type of way, they will not like that. Like for example, I was using a lot of links in my bios, not in my bios, like captions, like guiding people to go to my website. I was putting websitespeaker.com. They blocked my link. For 2 years, the link was blocked because they don't want people to exit Instagram, go to Google, type in my link, and then that way they lose those people.
Isn't that crazy?
Tips like that can really like get you in trouble, and I had to go through hell to get my link unblocked, so I can finally run ads and finally post that link in my bio.
That's
so
nuts.
you just learn from mistakes. But
Yeah.
it's a good thing to know.
But how would you even know that? Yeah,
I
it's just
didn't know. No
crazy.
one taught me anything.
Yeah.
So
We don't like the logos because like we're a beauty network. We're a place people go to learn, and we don't want to like say, oh, you should be going to Instagram over us because we're more targeted. You know, where like if you want to go and you want to find somebody easily and find exact, you know, the content you're looking for, go to Beauty Advisor for that. Just like you go to TripAdvisor to travel. You don't go to Instagram usually, you might look at some pictures, but you go to TripAdvisor, you go to House when you want to redesign your home. We're a targeted platform. So yeah, so that's just the tip there. Okay, so when you post reels, sorry to say, Instagram, you're not, it can be tough to get a lot of followers from your reels. So don't get too disappointed. Some people are saying they're getting 1,000 new followers a month from their reels. I have a lot of friends that are influencers, and they post on TikTok a video, and then they'll post it on Instagram, and they'll get thousands of followers on TikTok, and then barely any, like 7 on Instagram. Beauty Advisor, you get a ton of more, you get a ton of followers when you're getting featured all the time and stuff like that, for sure, because more people are seeing you. But don't get too disappointed about the trickling in followers on Instagram. It kind of stinks. So that's the thing about Instagram. People don't want to follow people anymore as much. And they're like burnt out over the bots.
That's why I don't get caught up in my numbers. Like I have barely, I'm almost to get 6,000 followers, but I don't really get caught up in that. Like I hate that I have this swipe up feature, of course, but like I don't really focus on that, on the numbers. I focus on people who are DMing me, who are reaching out, who are booking me. That's what I focus on. Followers is just another analytic. That's it. I don't look at it as a successful or not successful business. Same thing when I'm looking to work with someone. Their follower number is a thing I don't really notice. I notice the work, I notice what they have on the grid, I notice what kind of valuable post they're posting, but the number of followers is just, for me, it's irrelevant, honestly.
Yeah, I totally understand. It's about the quality of your posts and the content you're putting out. That's the result. Those are going to get you the results. So, also, invest in a website of your own when you can. Not like a Wix website, because I think you don't own that or something, but like a WordPress website. You can put a website together really nicely or contract it out, you know, to somebody. But you own that content. You don't, I mean, the thing is on social media, like, I know this kind of dates me, but MySpace vanished, like, so fast. Like, you never know when Instagram's going to lose its coolness. You know, I hope that never happens on Beauty Advisor. I hope we keep growing. I mean, I'm a co-founder, that's what I hope. But, you know, it's like, invest in yourself and get yourself a website and optimize that website. It's called search engine optimization. Make sure you're optimizing your website with lots of written content and lots of photo and video keywords, video content, photo content, lots of blog writing, and make sure it's optimized so it's showing up in your local area. But invest in a website and learn SEO and how it works. And spend those hours, watch some YouTube videos about it, just learn about building a website and optimizing it, because that's your baby. And you can put a link tree in there on social media and link on Beauty Advisor. You can link your website all day, we don't care. And just push people to your website as much as you can. Because Google, a lot of people use Google, you guys. We're all obsessed with social media, but people use Google like crazy. That's why we're optimizing Beauty Advisor like crazy this year for Google, because we want to be showing up top for all the beauty stuff. So that'll be really fun when that comes. Yeah, so, and then another thing you talked about is using platforms to educate. Educate your reels, everything you do, your video content, because when you're teaching people, people want to learn, they trust you, they think of you as a friend, and that's why they're going to schedule with you. That's why our advice section gets a lot of pros, new clients, because they're educating and people really appreciate that info. So we're just wrapping up here. If you do, I think we've got, oh, there it goes. So if you do want to be highlighted on Beauty Advisor and set up an account as a pro, it's free, it doesn't cost you anything. You can go to beautyadvisor.com if you're an Android or user, or you're just on your computer, or you can register through our app, which most of our traffic comes from. So if you're an iPhone user, the app's fabulous in terms of the user interface.
Amazing app, and definitely sign up, because I get a lot of followers, and I get a lot of because also they always send me notifications.
Oh, good.
So I'm getting a lot of them, and literally like one day, I haven't like posted in a while, but
Yeah.
one day I just get like probably 20 followers.
Oh, good.
And people reaching out asking me questions.
Oh,
Like,
good.
That's amazing.
That's
I'm not
fabulous.
even active on it, but I'm getting, people
Good.
reaching out, so that's really good.
Yeah.
It's just another way to promote yourself.
And we're going to be doing Best of Beauty Advisor this year, and yeah, and ranking all our pros and doing a lot of press around pros in different metro areas. So yeah, so that's coming later on in the later on a bit, yeah, but it'll be coming. So thank you so much. I really appreciate speaking today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You guys have any questions? Any questions about Kate or her business? No questions?
Yeah.
One question about like social media and how people post on social media. So like I've seen people like influencers, they have like 50 posts, but then they'll have like 50,000 followers. How do they manage that? Like,
Well, okay. Here's the thing. If with influencers, some of them are legitimately popular, right? They are. They're tied to different celebrities, whatever, and they're just legitimately popular. But a lot of them, especially in LA, they'll have like, you'll see their account, they might have 50,000 followers or 500,000 followers, and then they have like maybe a ton of likes on a photo or like 200 likes, but they'll have like 5 comments. And it's probably because they purchased a lot of their followers in bulk. And Instagram, if you buy bulk followers, like a lot of people have done, and a lot of brands, before they would stick pretty well, like your average celebrity out there, okay, Kim Kardashian, I hate to say it. She has a lot of bot accounts when she first started out on Instagram. So like if you run her numbers, like over 20% of her followers aren't real. That's really common. It's just to be expected on Instagram with influencers.
That's what people get caught up in, followers.
Yeah, like
Thinking followers would get you some type of more bookings or whatever. So they buy followers, they do bots or whatever.
Yeah.
Followers, and then you do see they have a lot, but you don't see a lot of content.
Yeah.
Or maybe one piece of content went viral in some specific time, and then now they got a lot of followers because of that one viral content. Maybe it was a really good before and after or something, so they went viral on social media and people just gonna follow them. But then other content is not there, or their reach is not as good. So then you can also see that by likes and comments, like she said. You can see it
Yeah.
on the account, or you can see it on the fake account.
And the thing is,
Fake account or fake followers.
I hate to say it, but like, yeah, the comments, like usually people don't purchase comments, so like you'll see like 10,000 likes and then 30 comments, and the account has 500,000 followers. Not to throw people under the bus, but usually if you're only getting 20 or 30 comments and you have 500,000 followers, then a lot of your followers are purchased. If you Google buy Instagram followers, there's a billion different sites that you can buy them. That usually is a giveaway. And that's why Instagram is not promoting posts based on, they're not actually having posts go viral as much based on likes and comments anymore, because you can purchase comments too, believe it or not. And so it actually goes off of shares now and saves, and that's why contests do so well. If you guys do giveaways, you'll notice they blow up and they have so many because Instagram, people are tagging people, sharing it, and that's causing it to go viral, just like on birthdays. Happy birthday, everybody's posting, and then it goes viral. Plus their AI can pick up like when it's your birthday, I think that, like, or you have a baby, it picks up that, like special events. Yeah, so just know that, yeah, don't get discouraged by the influencers, because I've run numbers and like some of them, like 40% of the followers are fake. I've seen 80% of them are fake. A lot of the models in LA, their managers will buy them. Don't ever pay attention to that. It's just about the quality of the content. Put out good content, the right followers come. And clients. Yeah.
Awesome.
Of course.
Amazing. I
Well,
love
thank
it.
you.
Really
Thank
good
you.
job. Now we have
That's
the Nana on
fun.
the stage.
Wonderful.
Well, come and sit with us.
So I think should I move over a little so I'm not blocking?
You can, I'm sure you're, I don't know if you're burning this light like in your face, is it?
No, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. See yourself in the mirror.
Okay.
This is the Nana. She is, well, a lifestyle model slash influencer. That's not what I'll call it. You can say somewhere on the right. If there's anything else that you want to ask that. Oh, it's thank you.
Oh, right here. Just right there.
Yes, please. Does that work? Is it okay if I stand? I can't talk. I don't know why I can't talk when I sit down, so.
Yeah, sure. You guys can see well. So make sure you're gonna block.
Does this work? It's good? Okay, perfect. Okay. Yeah. you're fine. I know I'm tall. I know. I'm 5'10" without heels, so with heels I'm like 6'2", 6'1". I know. I know. I was honestly thinking about wearing heels like that, but I'm like, no one's gonna really be next to me. Who cares? Thank you. We're all good? Perfect. Can you hear me? Wow. I need a selfie. I need my phone. Can you guys hear me? I don't want to like talk quietly. I'm good. We're good. Perfect. Okay. Hi guys. My name is Manana. I like to say banana with an M, so it's kind of easier to remember. I'm gonna kind of go a little bit about myself, so you guys know where I come from, what I do, and things like that. So, okay. I was born in Armenia. I moved here when I was 3. Was raised in Vegas, so pretty familiar with the area. Next. Sorry, I wish I had a clicker. My family owns a bakery called Monon Bakery, and we're actually about to expand in about 2 months to a cafe, so really excited about that. Thanks. Oh yeah, the cookies. So they Flamingo and Fort. That's where I live. Flamingo and Rainbow. Thank you, thank you. So I learned like some of my marketing stuff through them, so that's kind of why I include that stuff in there. And then next. So a little bit of background about kind of like my career-wise. I started my blog, Truly Manana, in 2019 towards the end of it. And then I quit my job at Cosmopolitan 2019. I started interning with Beauty Advisor, actually. So I was with them for about 3 months. And from there, COVID hit. So thank you. So COVID hit. Once that hit, I got like pretty strict about posting every single week on my blog. It was every Thursday or Friday. I can't remember. I like switch it up sometimes. And it was 3 blog posts a week. It was consistency of posting on my Instagram every single day, on my stories. But prior to that, I was still like posting every single day. It was just I was pretty strict about it. And yeah, I rebranded my blog during quarantine. I just thought it was like the right time. If you want to start a website, I started with Squarespace originally. It's just a little difficult with like SEOs and all that search engine optimization. It's pretty hard with that. So actually Mario, her husband, helped me create my second blog, which is on WordPress. So I really, really like WordPress. You can customize it. You can change everything about it. It's just Squarespace. You like are pretty like small, like you can't really change anything. It's not customized. Right now, I am full-time with Unlabeled. Maybe you guys know her makeup brand, Dose of Colors. She's pretty cool. She does a lot of great things. She started her own fashion line in January, so I run her social media. I create content for her. I schedule the photo shoots and things like that that are in Vegas. So everything goes on in LA, and then I kind of take care of things down here. Aside from that, I run my own full-time business, which is marketing. So I'll do like social media coaching, management. So like I run people's Instagrams, content creating, newsletters. She was actually my first newsletter client. Thank you. Thank you. They're so much fun to do. I love them. They're time consuming, but I love them. And yeah, I've worked with like makeup artists, nurse practitioners, clothing brands, estheticians, and that sort of like beauty field and fashion field. So I'm pretty familiar with like all that stuff. The only one that I'm missing is hairstylist. So maybe we'll, I got you. All good. This is just a little behind the scenes of my stances are always like really weird. She's like on the thing. These are screenshots of videos. So you like the angles are very important. So actually after I'm done speaking, I'm going to show you guys how to take product shots because I know it's pretty important, you know. You don't want to just do like full faces all the time. You want to have like a diverse feed on your Instagram because it's a little bit more attractive. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And you'll get brands PR. Oh my God, PR is great. You'll get paid to post for them, things like that. So I'll dive into that a little bit more towards the end. And then those are the two girls that modeled for Unlabeled that day, and we shot downtown, iPhone shots only. I don't know how to do photography. Where's Bethany? She's she's like hiding. If there's any like professional photo shots, she does it all. And yeah, next. So we're gonna go through 4 topics of discussion: how to plan content, creating content, how to work with brands and clients, and how to gain an organic following. So I'm actually really happy you guys are like anti-buying followers because I am too. Like very anti, because it will like not work in your favor. I always like to like remind, especially if you're like treating your Instagram like a business, I always like to remind people you're not, just because you have followers, like it does not mean anything. It just means like, just because you have like 20,000 followers doesn't mean you have like 20,000 clients. So you could have 600 organic followers and like 100 consistent clients, and that's at the end of the day, that's like what's most important. So first one, we're gonna go with how to plan your content. I think it's pretty underrated because I know a lot of people don't plan their content. So what I mean by that is like you have monthly content calendars and you have weekly content calendars. So when you're first starting out, you need to like get in the rhythm of things. You don't really know what to post, how to edit, and things like that. So creating these monthly content calendars are really crucial. So for example, 2 days before May, so this past month, you'll go down and you'll like list everything that you want to do, create a list, and then from there you'll space it out within like the weeks that you're gonna create it, edit it, and post it. For example, I put February, but February 3rd you record your makeup video, and then February 9th you post it. Just so this like keeps it a little bit more like deadline-y and like more like a business instead of just like freelance and like I'll post whatever I want. It's kind of not like how it works if you want to, you know, gain that organic and consistent following. So that's my biggest tip, is doing your monthly content calendars, and then from there you go really deep into it and you do your weekly content calendars. This is what I do. Originally I would do monthly, and then I started getting pretty busy and it just wasn't working out, so I do weekly. So every Sunday typically I write down what I'm going to do Monday through Sunday that day. If I'm going to do a try-on haul, if I'm going to do, I don't know, a reel that week, whatever the case may be, like, I'm pretty strict with it. Give or take, some weeks I don't do it because you're busy or whatever the case is, but for the most part, 90% of the time you want to be strict with this stuff. Yeah, so when you don't do this, you take it day by day and don't create the content you potentially could have. So this gives it more of like a diverse type of content that you can have, different type of feed. And yeah, I'm like repeating myself, but you guys get it. So a great app to use, I'll later on like dissect the other different apps that I use for like editing and stuff, but this app is great. I use this for all of my clients, sometimes for mine, and it's called Planoly. Are you guys familiar with it? No? Perfect. You are? Okay, cool. So this, if like right here, it like shows you the Instagram, so that's already published. The U means unpublished, so you click on it, you write your caption, you can schedule a reminder to publish this Instagram post, or you can just immediately publish it down there, or you can save it. So what I do for a lot of the time, for example, for Unlabeled, I'll have like 2 weeks worth of content, Instagram posts set, and I'll have the captions prepared for the most part. Sometimes I don't, but for like perfect situation I do, and I'll save it, and then I'll set a reminder, and it just reminds me, because you live your life, you live your day, you're not like really looking at the time, and then you're like, oh my god, it's past 5, like I didn't post. So this is a great way to do it. Oh, and then you can also move it around. So whatever's not unpublished, like whatever's not published, you can like move it around the grid to see what matches and stuff. So next up is creating content on Instagram. So stories, I have to say, is my number one thing. you have to post on stories. And my hack is, I know it's sometimes difficult for people, but get like personable. You don't have to like share everything about your life, but let them know that you're like human, you like similar things that they do, and this attracts like your type of clientele. So for example, you give them value. What I like to think about is when I follow somebody and like when I'm really like dissected into their life and I watch their stories every day, I'm like, okay, what is it that I always go back to? Is it their lifestyle? Is it their home, beauty, makeup, whatever the case may be? There's always a reason why you follow someone, and you want to like ask yourself the question, why would somebody follow me? And like that's what will kind of like, that's the type of content like you should be putting out. So another thing is I treat my Instagram stories like daily vlogs. So I post my entire day. Maybe you guys you won't have to do that or don't want to. I think it'd be pretty cool if you did, because people will have like this different type of connection with you. They'll like feel like they'll know you actually in real life. So it's pretty cool. But if you don't plan your stories and you just post, you'll see that it's like a little bit more authentic and true to who you are, and you know, you kind of get the rhythm of what you want to post and what you don't. And it's cool because like from there, when people build a connection with you, they'll trust you more and they'll want to book with you, and they'll book with you for hair and makeup, and they'll already feel like they know you in like real life, so it'll just be like a little bit easier. What else? Stories again. Use the icons. So you know, when you tap in, it's like music, location, quiz, poll, hashtags. Yo, you do hashtags on your stories? Oh, do you swipe it down? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Oh. You make it as small as you can. You're like, condense it. Okay. There you go. Something I didn't know. Yeah, I swear. Instagram is changing all the time. So that's why youth might think that like it's hard to like be noticed now. Like think about it in honestly a year or 2 years, it's gonna be even harder. So like post a lot. Post a lot. So use their icons. Instagram loves when you use that stuff, and it'll like show your stuff more on other people's stuff. Watch other people's stories, even though you're not watching it, just tap through. It picks up on your engagement. Another thing is fonts. Make it easy to read. Have keywords. So I don't know if you're like showing how to curl your hair. You write the type of barrel it is. You write the product. Tag the brands. The more times you tag them, obviously they'll see it, and more likely to get PR from them if they like your content. Another thing that is actually something that I always want to make sure everyone like follows is you make sure when you get tagged in something, like the background of it is a solid color. It's not like transitioned into like the background. So what you can do is there's like the rainbow, you know, like all the colors that there's. You hold it and then you just press it down on the story and it makes it the same one. I know a lot of people know this, but if one of you doesn't know, I just saved you like an aesthetic tip. And then if you hold down the color, there's like a rainbow spectrum, so you can like really pick anything, not even in just that bubble. Okay, so obviously another thing that I always want to make sure you guys do is keep it on brand. So do you guys know what I mean by that? Like keep it on brand? No? Okay, perfect. So keep it on brand is like, for example, like Kendall and Kylie Jenner, if they were to do a collab with like Jimmy Choo would make sense. But if they were to do a collab with like non-higher brand, McDonald's, it'd be like, that's not on brand. So it wouldn't make sense. So do things that would make sense to your brand. Yeah, exactly. So in your guys' case, if you're a makeup artist, what I mean by on brand then is like what Kate said. She's like, don't like post like Halloween pictures of like makeup, because it just wouldn't be on brand. It wouldn't make sense if you're like a wedding makeup artist. So that's what I meant. Does that make sense? Yes? Perfect. Next is feed. So with the content calendar, while you do that, you're going to keep your content very diverse. Trust me, it's going to be a lot better than just posting it daily. Post daily for sure. Try your best not to skip a day. Life happens, you miss a day. It's not the end of the world, but like just make sure you try to post every day. And then push reels, like Kate said, they're so in right now, and yeah, I love watching them. It's actually really funny. I just did like an IGTV recently, and I'm like, is anybody even gonna watch anything over 60 seconds? I feel like people are like lose like track of everything now, but it's still good to have like the IGTVs and the reels and everything. Keep up with the trends, stay relevant. So do the TikTok trends. You don't have to do like the renegade or whatever, but you can do things like, for example, with the hair. I saw somebody, they were like sitting in the chair, and she was like this, and then when she spun, it was like different hair. So something easy. You don't have to do like the crazy stuff. Whatever you post on Reels, post on TikTok and then Pinterest. But so what I do is I actually edit my videos on Splice. So it's an editing app. I don't edit them on Instagram, just so it's easier to post them on TikTok and Pinterest. Pinterest is the #1 traffic for all social medias. It's a little hack. I know a lot of people don't know it, but everyone goes on Pinterest. Everyone loves it, goes on there for inspo, so it just makes sense. What you do is, so this is a picture. You go to edit, and then at the bottom it says edit alt text. So in here you write like a description. No one's gonna see this but the back end. So it's almost like Instagram SEO. And you do that, you save it, you do the 3 little dots, you do copy, Instagram, post. You go to Pinterest, same Instagram picture, upload it, and the URL should be your Instagram caption, your Instagram post. That makes sense? Yeah. So this will not do it overnight, but it'll like slowly start to gain like a lot of traffic onto your Instagram from Pinterest. Yep. Next. Okay, so third is increasing engagement. An amazing way to gain authentic followers is through giveaways. I gained a lot of my followers through giveaways, and 1, it's amazing to give back. 2, it's people will follow you because you're giving away a lot of stuff. So I always like to, this is also something that you want to do on brand. So if you're a hairstylist or makeup artist, it would make sense to do a Sephora giveaway, Sephora card giveaway. At the time that, I don't know, there's like the spring sale, 20% off that like everybody gets. So we just do it the 2 days before, and then the winner, you get what I'm saying. So it makes sense to do that, but you're not going to do like a crate and barrel giveaway because it's like, wait, she does makeup, why is she giving away furniture? So giveaways are amazing, especially if you also collaborate with other people. So you get their followers, they get your followers. It's just a win-win. And engagement groups are amazing. I actually learned this through Kate. So you create an engagement group. It's like, it could literally be 3 people, 10 people, 20 people. It doesn't matter. It's through Instagram DM, and it's just literally a group, and every time you post something, you send it in that chat, and they like, save, and comment. And obviously with all that stuff, you guys know how Instagram is so modified, you will get a lot of traction, a lot of engagement, and a lot of people will see your stuff. Another thing is, obviously, the obvious, replying to comments and liking the comments. And next is hashtags. So hashtags are great. I understand if you don't want to use it in your caption. I use it in my comments. So I comment a star, and then under the star I do my hashtags because I don't want it in my caption. I just think it gets overwhelming sometimes for the person who's reading it. Make it relative. Another great thing is like to create your own hashtag that people can like go back to, or they can like hashtag themselves. So for example, I had one that was hashtag banana in 60. So this was when reels weren't in and it was just video. So it was like tips, and it was like hashtag banana in 60 seconds of like me showing something. You can do that with your makeup brand. You can do, just keep it like, it's cool when you like look back 5 years later and you're like, oh, I remember when I did this client, or like look at like the growth that I've been doing and stuff like that. So I know. I used to hate my name when I was a kid, but it's cool now. Next. So how to work with brands. I know everyone's probably would love to like work with brands, and you guys will get there. It's all you have to do is not all you have to do. There's a lot more to it, but one is attract. So you create the type of content that they post on their Instagram or social media or TikTok, whatever. Whether that's videos, pictures, you want to make sure your filters match up with theirs. So if yours is like, I don't know, really yellow and theirs is more like on the other side of the spectrum, it's not going to work out. They're not going to I've done better. But once you edit this and stuff, it becomes really like professional, like images, just like that. It becomes just like that. So you don't need a professional camera. You don't need anything extra. Literally, just your iPhone does the trick. And you need that whiteboard. You get this from Target. I think it's like $6 for 3. This silk stuff I get from Hobby Lobby. They have like, I don't know, you like say the amount of that you want, and it's like $8. Joanne's?
Yeah, they have a big fabric.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
Perfect.
the whole kind of
Perfect. And then they have this at probably Home Goods. They have this at where did I just say?
Hobby Lobby.
Hobby Lobby.
Raven, who's been helping out. Every single person that's in this room, you're in this room for a reason. And every single person that you're in this room with, you are in this room with for a reason. So, like I said, it's very, very important for you guys to write every single thing down, because everything that I'm going to be teaching you is how to reprogram your subconscious mind to attract money. So I'm going to give you guys my intro. Let me switch up my music really fast. Okay, and let's get started. So who am I in my journey? So my name is Anita Aguilar. I am a money mindset coach. I am the host of the Makeup Mentor podcast. Has anybody here listened to the Makeup Mentor podcast before? Yay! Anybody else? Podcast? Podcast? Okay, cool. So when you guys get done here today, what I want you to do is text me or message me on Instagram, wherever it is, and I want you to tell me one thing that you're going through right now that you're just struggling with. That you're like, oh, I don't know how to get started. I don't know how to get my first clients. I don't know how to leave my office job. I promise you I have an episode for you that's either a solo of something I've been through, or it's somebody who I've shared on my platform where I'm sharing their stories. And there's always somebody who's going through exactly what you're going through, and that's why I started my podcast. So at the before we leave today, make sure that you guys all message me. I will hold you accountable. I got all your names. And so send me a message of what you're going through, even if you're not a makeup artist, guys. So, host of the Makeup Mentor podcast, and I like to call myself a manifesting expert. But you are all manifesting experts, and I really want to show you guys how. So, a little bit about myself with the mission that I'm on. So, my mission is to work with the 2% who are willing to do the work around your mindset and set the example for other people. Okay? The reason why I want to point this out is because you guys are part of the 2%. Okay? There was a lot of people who seen this event and they're like, you know, it looks fun. Oh my gosh, look, there's goodies. There's so much value. Look at the speakers. And then they looked at the price tag and they said, maybe not. Okay? So that's why I'm here, because there's only 2% of the world who are really willing to go out on the edge and feel that fear and do it anyway, right? You guys know that you're here for an investment, and because you're here today, I'm going to show you an exercise to manifest that money back, okay? So, again, you're part of the 2%. You felt the fear. You did it anyway. You knew that this is something that you want to do. So money doesn't make us happy. Then why do we make all of our decisions whether we have enough money or not, right? So you guys are setting the example. You're here for a reason. And my mission is to work with those who are willing to do the work and rise you guys up, right? Because you're here because, yeah, you want to learn some stuff. Yeah, you want to, get around network and stuff. But the real purpose why you're here is because you have a bigger vision, right? Maybe you see yourself on this stage. Maybe you get excited when you hear somebody else's story. Maybe you get excited when you see somebody else's brand, or you want to launch your own stuff. That is why you're here, and you're also connecting with other people who are also have bigger dreams too, okay? So, I can't edify this enough. So, the work that I do, it's something that's truly changed my life. And it's kind of one of those things that you're like, why doesn't everybody know about this? And it's kind of little things that go by us all the time. Maybe some things that you know about makeup, maybe some things that you know about hair, some things that you know about business, and you just see other people struggling, and you're like, well, why don't they know that? It's just so easy, Well, that's why you guys are here, because you are being called to be those leaders, right? Mine is to help you guys with that money mindset so that you can rise up and never, ever let money be the reason why you do or don't do something. And so you guys are going to be that person for someone else doing what you love to do, okay? So whether it's makeup for bridal, makeup for your own shop, your own beauty line, that is why you're here, okay? So I want to give you guys a quick rundown on my story before we start. So I was always in a consistent struggle
get my life together. And what you don't realize is that, or what I didn't realize, when I was saying those things, I was actually attracting more situations and scenarios to make that true in my life. And so I worked multiple jobs. Who here has multiple jobs right now? Who here has a job that they hate? So I worked 5 different jobs. So I'm telling you, I've been a hustler ever since I got out that womb. I'm telling you, for real. So I was going to school for makeups. Monday through Friday, I had an office job that I hated. I only stayed there for the money. I got done with that office job. I went to school. I got done with school, and then I drove for Postmates. And then on the weekends, I bartended, and I'm also in the National Guard. So I was doing all of these things. What I didn't realize at the time I was doing those things, because I didn't believe if I stopped doing one, I would make enough money. So I specifically joined the Army National Guard to pay for college, and then I dropped out of college. Where are my college dropouts? Yeah, my girl! Yeah, yeah, yeah! Yes! Okay, I want you to appreciate that. Look at that, you know? Because we think that we're supposed to do X, Y, and Z because somebody else told us that was what the vision was, right? And we get so distracted. And I'll be that one person. If you're going through a shift, you're releasing your 9 to 5, whatever it is, DM me, I will hype you up because you are releasing something that's no longer serving you so that you can create space for something new. So I went to makeup school instead. I took a huge leap of faith and I quit all of those jobs. Some of them I did on my own. Some of them the universe did for me. It said, okay, this is no longer serving you. And I just physically couldn't go back to work. Like, situations happen like that for a reason. And if it's out of your control, it's protecting you, okay? So, and I started investing all of my time and energy into doing makeup, okay? So, and I moved to San Diego. So I'm actually from San Diego. We drove down here for this weekend to be with you beautiful souls. I'm so excited. But, so I moved to San Diego because I felt a calling to go there. So wherever it is that you are being called, I don't care if you're called to move to a different apartment, different part of your city, another state, you're being called there for a reason. Because the second I got there, everything aligned. My next door neighbor just so happened to run all of the Oscars runway for 20 years and retired, and got me on television the first week that I was in San Diego. Right? Little stuff like that happened because I was releasing the things that were no longer serving me in order to create space. I manifested doing makeup for the Oscars. That's how I met my man's over there. That's my best friend. So pretty much, I'm just teaching everybody the fundamentals of what I did to manifest that reality for myself. Okay, I have a little rundown in here about how many coaches and mentors and stuff that I have worked with. I don't know, anybody know the Manifestation Babe? I'm gonna put you on. She's amazing. She was that person for me that got me introduced to mindset, manifestation, all of these things. So I invested, I think it was like a couple $1,000s with her, and then I hired her coaches, and then I hired her mentors, and then I just invested like another couple $1,000s, probably around $30,000 that I've invested specifically in my coaching and mentoring. Because I knew if I had the money, that's what I would do. So whoever it is you're being called to, whether it's on social media, whether it's Nukalina, whether it's other coaches and mentors that are in this, like, you're being led to those people for a reason. And don't ever, ever, ever let the money be the reason why you don't invest in those people, because they are the ones that are going to get you to the next level, okay? And I've learned this the hard way. I have a million podcast episodes on it. I'm telling you, when you make that investment, it will come back to you instantly and tenfold. Okay, so now I have the pleasure of telling you guys where I started. I have a random question, but do you know who the first person to get a ticket here? So I got a couple ground rules that I have when people work with me. So first things first, you know nothing, okay? I know you know about mindset. I know you should be positive. I know you may know about law of attraction, or maybe you've been done this exercise with me before. You know nothing, because when you tell yourself that you already know something, whether it's what I'm saying or somebody else here is on the stage talking about social media, you automatically shut your brain off to being open and receptive to any new information. So it's kind of like when you watch a movie for the second time and you're like, wow, I didn't notice that dirty joke that they put in there. That was new. So open and receptive, even if you've done this before. And comfortable getting uncomfortable. So I want you guys to write questions. Like if a question comes up, we're going to save it to the end, but I want you to write it down so that you remember it. And we'll go over them at the end. So first I want to go over what manifestation is. So manifestation is when something from your mind comes to your physical reality. That's all it is. And there's a lot of static around manifestation. Oh, it's spiritual. Oh, it's witchcraft. Oh, it's like crazy, you know. Manifestation is science. And I believe I'm being called to tell people that, because there's so many different ideas of what it is, but pretty much what it is that you create your reality. Every single thing that's in your reality, every single person that is here, you being here today, you've attracted that by your thoughts. Okay, so if you can see it in your mind, you can hold it in your hands. Who has heard this? Hands up, hands up. Yes. Where are my secret watchers? Yes. Secret? Woo! Yay! Okay, cool. So my yes! Yes! Rhonda Burns is the one who made the book, and then she made the movie. There's a podcast episode that talks about how when she made the movie The Secret, she was millions of dollars in debt before that movie took off. Millions of dollars, like $500 million in debt. It's crazy. Isn't it crazy? Anyway, so I tell people, if you see it in your mind, you can hold it in your hands. You can do that with money too. And the only reason why we don't believe that we can is because there's so many people that told us that that's not possible, right? If I told you to go bring me a chicken, you'd be like, okay, that's kind of weird, but I can bring you a chicken. But if I said, go bring me $1 million by Friday, you're like, that's impossible. Why? And that's the work. We got to figure out what are these beliefs that we have around money. Hi, beautiful souls. How are you? Okay. So I want to give you a quick rundown of what law of attraction is. So law of attraction is the universal law of like attracts like. So whatever frequency you're putting out is what you're going to get back. We're all made out of energy. This is very scientifical for you guys. So whatever frequency you're putting out is what you're going to get back. So the short term of this is that what you focus on the most, you create more of. You're giving it energy, okay? I know these little Instagram posts are going to make sense now, okay? We're breaking it down. And some people will, comment, well, I don't believe in the law of attraction. Well, I don't believe that's true. I'm like, honey, that's like saying that you don't believe in gravity. That's like saying if I drop my phone just because I don't believe in gravity that it's not going to fall. Right? I'm not here to convince you. I'm not here to convince anybody on my social media. I'm not here to convince any person that I'm telling this that it's true. I'm just making you aware. Right? You're always attracting whatever it is that you focus on the most. So, and money is just energy. Money is just a frequency that we can tap into at any given point or time. And that's what I'm going to be teaching you guys today. So this exercise is called creating money on demand. So again, I want to make sure every person has pen and paper right now. Pen and paper, pen and paper. Do you need pen and paper, love? Well, it's really important for you to see it in your own handwriting. So, Long, you want to hand her some pen and paper? You need some pen and paper? You guys are just now coming in. We're doing an exercise. If you guys want to join us, you're here for a reason. I was just telling everybody. I know it's like super random. You're like, what's going on? you probably like, I could not remember that, but if you wrote it down and you looked at it and you seen it in your own handwriting, long story short, it taps to a different part of your brain, and your subconscious mind is what creates your reality. Yay! Okay, I'm so excited. So, we have been programmed to believe that we don't know how much money we're going to make as freelancers. Oh, well, this will be a good week, but this time will be not so much, right? And this is something that I really wanted to debunk because there's so many. Do you guys have pen and paper? You have pen and paper? Do you need some? He can give you some. Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure everybody. I'm about to change your life. I promise you. I would not be so adamant if it wasn't my mission. So, having non-consistent income is just a belief. So again, like I told you, you can tap into money at any single point in time. This is the exercise that I'm showing you. So you're always going to be investing in your business. You're always going to be investing in your mindset. You're always going to be investing in your tools, your kit, and all this stuff. And so anytime that you don't know how you're going to pay your bill, you don't know how you're going to pay your rent, you don't know how you're going to pay your team, anything, this is the exercise that you're going to do. It's called Brent Stew mentality. So the first thing I want you to do is write how much. Write the words how much, little dot, whatever, question mark. And I want you to think of a number that you, everybody's different, truly believe that you can obtain in the next 3 days. I want you to pretend there's an unexpected bill. Oh my gosh, so much urgency. If you do not get this paid in the next 3 days, then you're going to have a bigger problem than money. So I want you to bring a number that you truly believe that you could obtain if you really, really had to in the next 3 days. So everybody think of this number. Think of this number. And whatever comes up first for you guys is your number, right? Sometimes we're like, maybe $50. And then you're like, okay, maybe 10,000. And I'm like, okay, that's not the point of the exercise, okay? And I want to point this out because it's different for each person. So, do you guys have your numbers? Do you need a little bit more time? You have your number? Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about money. So, let's just give me a couple. What's your number? 300? 1,000? 1,000? 400? 1,000? 350? 1,500. Cool. Ivan? 5,000! Yeah, that's it! Okay. This is kind of like what I was talking about. If you don't like talking about money, let's talk about it. It's like people would, like, it's been a belief that people don't talk about money in the same room. Like I said, you're in this room with everybody for a reason, right? And if somebody else can do it, then it's possible for you. And that's why it's really important for you to get your own number, because if I said you can manifest $5,000 during this exercise, but you've never obtained $5,000 in 3 days, you're going to be like, that's crazy, right? And it's really important for you guys to do the work, okay? So, next thing I want you to do is write why. So write why on your paper, like the word why. The word why, sorry. And then I'll break it down. So you're going to write the word why. Let me speak to my people here, I forgot. So you're going to write the word why, and I want you to give this money purpose. Money likes to be told where to go. So what's this extra $300 going to do for you? What's this $1,000 going to do for you? Is it going to pay bills? Is it going to help you pay your team? Is it going to help you get a new bag? Right? I want you to write every single way that you're going to spend this money. I'll give you like a couple minutes. I'll give you like a little bit less than a minute. But like I said, it's really important for you to give this money purpose. You see those success overnight. You see people, oh my gosh, I got $100,000 in sales. I'm telling you, honey, that money had a place to go, okay? So just because they had the success doesn't mean that that money didn't go to someone that they owed money to. Hi, love. How are you? Hi. part is because we have the power to add this urgency. If you borrowed $5,000 from me and I said, pay me back whenever, it's not a big deal, then you're going to pay me back whenever. But if I said, yeah, sure, pay me back by May 5th, 12 o'clock, not late, then you're going to pay me back, right? You're adding that urgency, and this is how it's seen on the universal level too. So, and the reason why rent always shows up exactly when we need it, even if we don't know how, is because we know when it's due, we know how much, and we know why we need it. Because your ass is going to get kicked out if you don't, right? There's that urgency. So, next thing I want you to do is tap into the frequency, right? So, with the law of attraction, you don't have to worry about the how, you just have to get on the frequency that's already yours, right? And I know a lot of people can get confused about this part because they're like, well, why am I writing all this stuff if the law of attraction, you don't have to worry about the how? Well, we've been programmed so long to believe that we have to work really hard to make money, that we can't just sit here and wish, and all this stuff. So what we're going to do, I'll have you write the word how. Write the word how. And what I want you to do is write every single possible way that you, specifically, can come up with this money. Like, this is urgency, literally. This is, I need $1,000 in the next 3 days. How are we going to do it? How many services? How many bridal parties? Like, literally break it down. Like, if your bridal party package is $500, you'll have to do at least 2 packages. If your one makeup artistry is, like, again, it's just more about breaking it down and you seeing it in your own handwriting. But I also want you to have that urgency. If you really needed it, who could you call? Who would lend you $1,000 if you really needed it? Well, could you sell something? You know, could you get a loan? Could you put it on a credit card? Like, I want you to write everything down that comes up specifically for you. Same thing with you guys online. Sorry, so make sure you're following these exercises. So we are meeting this manifestation halfway. How are you going to come up with $1,000 in the next 3 days? Give you some time do. You're just not listening, okay? So that's the first thing that you should be focusing on, because that's actually going to be the number one way that you're going to create more money, because it flows with you. I have a podcast episode. I'll send it to you because I know it's going to help you a lot. So the next thing I want you to do is write all of the ways that this money can come to you without you working. How can $1,000 come to you without you working? How can $300 come to you without you working? How can $5,000 come to you without you physically going out and doing something? So to give you some examples, let's say, obviously taxes are coming back. Taxes are coming back. That's how money can come to you. Unemployment, stimulus checks. Someone could give you money that they owe you. You know, whatever comes up for you guys will come up for a reason. So just write down how the ways that money can come to you without you working. Trying to stay on track with my time too. I get to rambling. Okay, so we'll share some of the ways. Hi, beautiful souls. How are you? Okay, so we're going over the ways that money can come to you without you working. So I just need, like, give me one answer. Scholarship? Loans. Yes. Beautiful. I forget. Yes. Wait. Don't tell me. Ah! Darn it! Okay. I was going to say don't. Okay. Oh, yeah. See? Beautiful. Okay. So, one, we just want to build that belief. So, the work is actually like when people work a little bit deeper with me, we get super clear on how can money come to us without us working. Because at the end of the day, that is what we want and desire, right? So, anyway, the next part about this is I want you guys to take action in the next 3 days, okay? So, you wrote all those things down that you were supposed to do. And manifestation comes when you're a balance of both masculine and feminine energy. You can't just sit there and wish and everything will come to you, right? But the trick is to do the feminine energy first, right? So people are either too hustle grind and they don't know what they're working towards, or they're just working out of scarcity, like how I was with all those jobs. Oh yeah, I'll make a lot of money if I work all these jobs. But the first part is you want to take that feminine energy. How much money you want to make? How do you want to make it? How are you going to make it? What action do you need to take? Now take that action. The things that came up to you on that thing came up for a reason. So what I want you guys to do is take action on those things that came up for you. So like for example, one of my things when I first started doing this exercise was if I really had to, I could sell my clothes. Clothes have so much energy. Getting rid of them creates so much space in the manifestation world. That's a different story. But anyway, so maybe I can't make $1,000 selling my clothes, but what I would do was get rid of my clothes. I'd give them away for free, right? Because I'm getting into that frequency that, oh, okay. And the other part about taking action is what would you be doing if you already had the money, right? So, apartment. So, if you had the money, you still got to find out what apartment. You still got to figure out where it's going to be. You still got to see if it's in your price range. You still got to see, like, how many bedrooms do you want? There's still so much work to be doing. Or maybe you would pay a bill, right? Maybe you don't have the $300 to pay that bill, but what can you put down, right? I don't care if it's $5. You taking that action, it's never ever about the amount. It's always about the energy behind it, okay? And when you start to take that control, I promise you things are going to show. Okay, so now, I'm going to come around this way. We're going to do an exercise. So, your bank account? I want you to picture what you're wearing. How do you feel? Alright, I want you to slowly wiggle your fingers. Wiggle your toes. Slowly come back. Breathe a little bit. When you're ready, I want you to open your eyes. How do we feel? Yay! Cool. So I want to go over some reasons why it's not manifesting. If you're like, oh my gosh, I did these exercises, I've been trying to manifest X, Y, and Z for however long and it's not working. I'll tell you one, why, if you're manifesting money. You probably already have. So make sure that you are counting over the next 3 days, like physically tracking this, make sure, write it down. Money that you knew that was coming to you, okay? I don't care, like if you knew that your check was in the mail, if you knew all the stuff like that. So what happens when people do these exercises with me, that money was already coming to you. What we do is that when we do this work around our mindset, attracting money, you attract it faster, right? And people are like, oh, well, this is just like crazy, witchcraft or whatever people limiting beliefs that they have around this. But it's because you're removing that resistance, and money is just energy. So there's no longer this blockage, and it seems like it's so fast because you're removing the resistance. So make sure that you're tracking money that you knew was coming to you. Make sure that you're tracking money that you would have spent. So let's say that you have been manifesting $10,000 for a car, and then somebody gives you a free car, right? Whatever it is. Whatever you would have spent, crazy discounts start to happen when you do these things. Instead of it being $100, it's $50, whatever it is. People paying you back. You'll notice that a lot. You're like, oh, that's weird. Some person wants to come around and pay me back around this business excess. Stuff like that. Let's see. The other part of this is that if you already had it, you want to keep asking for it. Okay, so we're going over the reasons why if it's not working. If you already had it, you want to keep asking for it, right? You're not going to be like, well, if I sent you a check and I mailed it to you, you're not going to be like, well, can you send me a check? Can you send me a check? I'm like, bro, I sent it in the mail. It's going to get to you when it gets there, right? Okay, we added the urgency. If it comes in the time that it did, it was supposed to, right? If it didn't, it wasn't supposed to. And also focusing on the lack. So this is what happens a lot when we're like, I don't have money, or like, is it here yet? You're actually focusing on the fact that it's not here yet, and you're repelling it from coming to you. The other thing is your subconscious mind doesn't believe that it's true, right? That's the work that we do, is reprogram your mind to believe whatever it is that you're manifesting is already here, it's already yours. So like I said before, sometimes people hear these exercises and they're like, I want $10,000, which people do manifest. It's like crazy. But it's like, do you truly believe that? Like, have you ever obtained that amount of money before? You know what I mean? Like, it's a building block. The exercise that we did today, if you can manifest $300, you can manifest 300. You can manifest 1,000, a million. By this time next year, I am going to be making millions of dollars from this very exercise that I'm telling you right now. Okay? Because I'm building that belief. I'm speaking that into existence, and I know for a fact that this works, okay? So if it doesn't work, try this with a smaller goal. This is how the ways that you know that it is coming to you. 1111, 111, 222, 333. Where my angel number people at? Do you know? Angel numbers? 444. So you're going to start seeing numbers, and you're like, what did she do to me? No, they were already out there. I promise you. Your angels are trying to communicate with you. They're telling you that another way that you're going to start to know this money is coming to you. So when people say realign, things are out of alignment and you're in alignment. So what that means is that things physically have to shift in order for it to work out. So if shit hits the fan, it was never supposed to work out in the beginning. So what happens is that, like, oh, someone got a fender bender, and they're like, oh, everything's going wrong, everything's going this. I'm telling you, diversity, unexpected bills, car problems, all that stuff, those are good signs, really good signs that there's a large amount of money coming your way. Otherwise, you would not be getting those bills, okay? Last thing is that you just feel good. You just know it. Ooh, I feel like there's a lot of money coming my way. I feel good. Okay, so I wanted to save some time for questions, but the last thing I want to talk to you guys about is the 31 Days of Abundance. So this is a program. So the exercise that we just did, this is going crazy viral on TikTok right now. I'm telling you, blowing up. I got $40,000 or 40,000, not dollars, followers in the last 3 days because of the exercise that I just taught you. Okay. So the next program that I just launched recently, it's called the 31 Days of Abundance. So what it does, it helps you tap into your subconscious mind, and I give you every single exercise that I have personally done, testimonies that I have done, to help me keep money manifesting on autopilot. Just because you manifested $10,000 doesn't mean you're not scared about spending it, right? Because we get what we want, but then it's like, oh no, I don't want to spend it. Oh no, I don't want to do this. Oh no, what if I lose it? And then you do. Because that fear doesn't go away. Money doesn't change anything. It just makes you more of who you are. So like I said before, I'm working with the 2%. So there's this very small amount of people that are in this room that are like, ooh, that feels good to me. That's who I want to work with, okay? So if that is you and you feel in alignment with me, there is a code that I have for you guys. This course is $333, and I have a code for $111 so that you can get off, or get that off. And then I also have people become affiliates, because people do this work and they're like, oh my God, this is amazing, let me tell another person, blah, blah, blah. And that's where affiliate marketing comes in. This is that strategy, that structure, that masculine energy. You can't just sit there and wish. Set up your business in a way that it'll work for you. So my 3-day or 31 Days of Abundance affiliate referral code is $111 commission. So you telling 3 people about this work, you get your money right back. So that is kind of my spiel. I wanted just to save some time for questions. So even if it doesn't have to do with this exercise, I want you guys to ask some questions.
By the way, I did her workshop. It was a 3-day workshop, and I manifested almost $5,000 for the week. My goal was 5,000. It was Friday by Monday, and I manifested over like $4,998. It was crazy. Just money came in like randomly. Even random checks in the mail from Wells Fargo. It was a $9 check, but still, it was the most random thing. It was like some fee that I paid, they were now refunding me. I'm just like, this money's coming from all over. Referrals, students who haven't paid their deposit for like 2 months, 3 months now. Boom, I made my deposit. It was just random money coming in. So I'm literally, I get goosebumps every time she talks about it. Because it's legit, and I'm tested, so it works. For sure.
Yay! All right, where's my questions? Where's my questions? Can you stand up real fast? So I want you to stand up. Trinity, I am going to give you a coffee cup. So you remember in the beginning of this, I said get comfortable being uncomfortable? She was the first person. I know every single one of you guys have questions. She was the first person to stand up. She's a leader. And so I want to give you a coffee cup. This is a personal affirmation that I have rewritten for myself. Give me your address after this and I'll mail it to you. Okay? So what's your question? So what I usually do, because at first I wanted like, you want to manifest big amounts of money because the big amounts of money is going to fix everything for you, and it doesn't. So honestly, what I do, especially in my programs, I have a program, it's called the Makeup Mentor Mastermind, where we do this work all together. So what we do in the program is this is how I do it every single week. So I set my money goal for the week. Let's say that my goal is $2,000 this week. So if my goal is $2,000 and I only make $1,400, that means $600 is going to get added on to the next week. We're not just going to start over from zero, because then you're just telling yourself that, oh, it's okay if I don't hit my goals, you know? So I highly suggest you do it every single Monday. Start that fresh start, and then make sure that you're tracking every single day. So what I do is, like, let's say $2,000 a week, how much is that every single day? How far did you get to that goal? Same thing with the days. And honestly, that's what I talk about in the 31 Days of Abundance. It's the #1 way to keep your money manifesting on autopilot, because you know your numbers. Great question, girl. All right, let me get one more question at least. Are we getting the next person right? Sorry. Where's my question? Yay! I'll have you stand up. My number? To be honest, my number I'm manifesting is 100,000 people. I want to help 1,000 people, 100,000 people do this work. And because I have that goal, I know I'm going to make $1 million in sales this year. I truly believe it. I'm telling you guys, I can't explain it. And I used to do it backwards, because I know that I wanted to be my first millionaire in my family, so that's like kind of the thing. But I had to realign that goal, because what you don't realize, that's also why I made the 31 Days of Abundance, because you'll manifest the money, but nothing changes. And sometimes I manifested these large amounts, and you think, it'll bring you the satisfaction, and I got very depressed, because it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change your relationships. It doesn't change the people you're surrounded with. It doesn't change how much you're working every single day. It doesn't change how tired you are, So that is my goal. $1 million in sale, first millionaire in my family. Woo! Oh, my angel numbers? It depends. Well, I'll just tell you right now, because it's kind of different between what I'm going through. So right now my number is 1222, and I actually haven't really seen that number until just recently. So I'm going through a quantum leap right now. You guys seen The Secret, right? Do you know who Bob Proctor is? So Bob Proctor is really big on manifestation. Long story short, I just invested another couple $10,000. I like to talk about numbers. $10,000 to work with a coach that works with him. She was the #1 testimony in his program. So ever since I made that shift, that's when my stuff went viral. That's when remember I told you guys that tenacity? I had that tenacity, and I was like, oh my gosh, and everything's been shifting since. So yeah, 1222. But honestly, I see them so often that it's like it becomes a normal, like when you're in alignment. But even coming here, guys, I knew this was going to be really good, because there were numbers everywhere.
By the way, when you went on the stage, it was 555 on the clock on YouTube.
Oh, yay! Cool.
We were streaming this live. It was exactly 5 hours and 55 minutes streamed live.
Cool. Yeah.
Just seeing it, I was like, wow.
Wait, is the other speaker here? Are you the speaker?
She had a question.
Okay. Yep. So it's a course. So what it does is an audio for 5 minutes a day. I tried to make it like 5 minutes a day, because I know people are busy. My main thing, I was like, I just want people to do the work, because people have purchased my stuff before, and they're like, I'll do it whenever. Whatever. But the shift happens when you do it on a consistent basis. So it's 5 minutes a day. It's just an audio. And honestly, I need testimonies for it. I launched it about about 3 weeks ago, and I need testimonies. And I have people who are in the program, but they're not staying consistent, because I let them in for free, and that's what happens, because when you pay attention, okay? So I need people who are going to do the work. That's why I made that referral code, or that discount code. So yeah, and I also have a Facebook group. We're working with the Facebook group right now, but I want you guys to do the exercise, share it in the group, because again, you're going through the shift with people who are also doing that too. Yes?
What kind of exercise, what do you do? Do you ever
Secret was made by Rhonda Byrne. So Rhonda Byrne made The Secret. She went on this quest for about 10 years, and then like she still wasn't happy. So long story short, we are actually only made to be happy. We're already at the highest frequency that we could ever possibly be. We don't need to jump up and down and do all this stuff to be happy. We just need to let go of the things that are not allowing us. So the number one thing is to just release, and that's what Rhonda talks about in her latest book. It's called The Greatest Secret, and there's an exercise in there. It's called welcoming. So anytime you feel this fear, stress, or anxiety, you feel it. It's okay. Like I literally talk to it as if it's like a little kid. I'm like, okay, this is come on in. You know, I don't care how weird this stuff is, you know, to other people, but it's called welcoming, and that's the number one thing. Because a lot of times people are like, oh, I gotta be positive, and what you resist, you persist, it just gets deeper and deeper. So you want to bring it to the surface. What are you actually scared of? So like one of my biggest sabotaging beliefs that I had is like, I'm so scared of getting sued. I'm like, I'm gonna get sued if I make a lot of money, blah 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 blah. And then someone once said, honey, if you're not getting sued, you're not big enough. And I said, oh. And then my belief changed, right? So when you're at peace with this fear, so one, feel the emotion, allow it to process. A pandemic, we went through a pandemic, let's go through that, and then be at peace with it. You know what? I'd be okay if this did happen. Yeah. So what is it? Or what is it that you're manifesting? Wait, you said it was a kit? What is it? Oh, you're like waiting for a case in the mail? Oh, a case. Okay, okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, sorry. Let's see. It's kind of the same thing. Like, I always think of the end result. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to like explain this, you know, because what would be the best situation of the end result? Like what, you know? So a lot of the times, like I like to tell people, we can add that urgency, we can add that stuff. So one, I would practice doing that urgency. Write it in the calendar. When do you want it to happen? If it doesn't happen that time frame, it's not supposed to. And then also, because a lot of times we think that when the case is over, when the money manifests and all this stuff, that we'll feel a different way. And we don't. What you want to do is tap into that feeling now. How are you going to feel when it's over? How are you going to feel when you get the results that you want? You know? And when you start to tap into that frequency, you're going to attract it a lot faster. But it's also kind of the same thing that I was just talking about. Is like being at peace with the worst case scenario, right? So once you're at peace with that, because again, if we're like, need attracts more need. I need it to come out this way. I need it now, or whatever. Your ego wants it now. Same thing with like my $1 million whatever things. Like I'm like, every single time I've made this huge leap, I'm like, I know this is gonna be the big thing, and then it wasn't. But what I realized, it led me to a person, place, or thing that got me to the next level. So hopefully that will help.
Actually, I want to circle back on the fears.
Yeah.
And I want to actually give Victoria here
Yeah.
something I use and it helps me a lot. Like I've been struggling with my fears for a long time. Like I know that my fears are something that is blocking me from getting what I want. But then I was struggling to overcome it, and I was trying to just suppress it and don't pay attention to my fears. And
just like wave if you can. Well, this is a TikToker, so it's super silly. Is it the same angle? Okay. So, wait, tell me when it can go. Blah, 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 blah. It's so awkward. Okay. When the music starts, we'll go. So, wait, let me show them how it's going to go. So, he'll beat on me, and then it'll just go around, and everyone's like, wah! Okay. Okay. Ready? Oh, it's okay. Yeah, it's good. Blah, 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 blah. Yay! Ah, money, millions of dollars. Yay! Yay! I'm so grateful for every single one of you guys. I'm so grateful. Yeah!
Hello. Oh, in here. Hi, my name is Rochelle Rodriguez, and I am the owner and instructor at Powerhouse Pilates here in Las Vegas. We just opened doors in January. Yay! So we're fairly new here, and even more so new because we actually were trying to open last year, February 2020, and when we got the keys, everything happened, and we had just everything came to a halt. So we've had a challenging, difficult year, as many of you have in the industry, and we're just very excited to be here in real life with you all. We were people pleasers, and it's just different speaking through a screen. So I grew up as a dancer from 3 years of age till I was 29, and hopefully I get back into it. It's my inspiration. She's still fully dancing. We're both dancers. And background, so dancing since I was 3 and throughout college. And then I was a Los Angeles Laker girl for 4 years. And throughout my career, I always had done Pilates to help with injury prevention and just fitness and lifestyle and wellness. And decided much later in life, after doing it since I was 13, I think I was 25, and I decided I wanted to do it for my career. Also plan B in case I got hurt as a dancer. And I had a business in California for 4 years, and then we moved here in July 2019. And this is Jamie. She's also a dancer,
of your model, right, and your hand, maybe your waist up. Not that you want to like come in like virtual, be in pajamas and then dressed up from hips up, but be cautious of the shoes you are wearing throughout your day. So if you don't have, you know, tennis shoes, it is a good investment because it's the longevity of your career and the willingness of you wanting to like book out a full day. If you know you're only good for so many hours, maybe it's because of the way your body feels. Maybe you can do more. Maybe it's the way you're snacking or eating or hydrating or sleeping. So we want to help with that so that you can work as much as you want and not let your body be a limitation for you. So in your kit, you're going to add comfortable shoes. And, you know, you can obviously show up to your location presentable if you feel like it's that type of a client where you need to show up a certain way. But if you can change into shoes, why not? Because you will be more comfortable, and where your body weight is being centered is going to make a huge difference on your back. From your neck to your shoulders to your hips to your back to your ankles, it's a trickling effect. So proper shoes, proper shoe wear. And flip-flops don't count just because you went from a ball of the foot to flat foot. Our feet work differently when we walk, and your toes can hold a lot of stress, so we don't want flip-flops on either, or Uggs. It has to be a laced, comfortable shoe. So I won't hit on shoes and feet too much, but just know it is important to pack those. Does anybody see why they couldn't? Yeah, you can and you should, and then change back into your cute shoes when you leave your location. How many of you have a hard time with like lugging your kits, or that same side or shoulder of your rolly bag, or taking things in and out of your car? Kind of an issue, unless some of you guys have like a caddy. I mean, why not? I mean, if I would, because I'm always thinking of like the body and working evenly. Like I have a 7-month-old at home who's 21 pounds, and if I always favor the one side, like I'm being uneven, I need to switch. So that's my timer. So we're getting into demos now. So I want to switch and be even. So if you're always carrying or doing things on that same side, maybe that is causing irritation and problems on the one area that you always favor. If you can't bring a friend with you, there's no such thing as like a caddy for your makeup equipment, but that is a good thing to, yeah, why not? I would, because I'm always thinking to open up your feet to this, it's called Pilates stance B. Your heels are glued and your feet are about a fifth width apart. Head, shoulders, bottoms, everything's attached to the wall though. Okay, she's going to reach her arms, again, just like when she was lying on the floor, shoulder width apart. Now it's parallel to the floor. And she'll do the same circles, brow to breast. We'll just do 4. 8's good, 10's good. You don't need to do any more than 10. And then she'll reverse for 4, brow to breast.
store, so roll out whatever you want to roll out. Um, a yoga mat or a Pilates mat. This is a little bit thicker because if you want to do some rolling on your spine. This is really only necessary if you have a home that's all hardwood floor, because then lying on that, even on a beach towel, might be discomforting. So having a little bit of cushion, even a yoga mat, is good just for some rolling out your spine and getting all that lactic acid out, getting blood flow. And then lastly, for feet, besides packing shoes in your kit now and changing them, especially when you just commute from your car to the hotel, because, you know, the client is always like at the end of the hall, right, all the way down the hall, up the elevator on this floor, and wear shoes for that moment, and then when you're there, change. And then do that again. When you go back to your car, it's worth it. But if you've ever seen these, kind of looks like you're going to get pedicure. You're going to put all 5 toes through the holes. Your feet will, or your toes will look like this, look crazy, and it might hurt. Sit in that while you watch television or wind down with your book, whatever your nighttime routine is, or in the bath, and let your metatarsals separate from being in your shoes. Our feet are not meant to be smashed in our shoes, and we're going to create bunions, and then we're going to hate it like in 20 years. So please open up the toes. Amazon, these are called petty egg, but just look for like toe separators. You don't have to do anything with this. You just relax at home, put your toes through the holes. Lastly, if you wanted to, instead of purchasing these, let your feet breathe, take your
start being aware of those things. But that's what Pilates helps bring you to be aware of, your weird bad habits and quirks. We slowly, without you even realizing, fix those things, because they could have started from your career, or just how you were born, or a growth spurt when you were 11 and now you're tight, and a lot of different factors, driving on the phone, computer. It's hard, and I don't like when parents like, stand up straight, stand up straight. And my mom would like poke me in the back, and it actually causes you to like overcorrect, and now my ribs are sticking out, and my low back's pinching, and so don't try and forcefully do anything. Just work on feeling the wall when you're driving. To work on reaching maybe shoulders slightly back to your seat, but don't ever do too much. Does that make sense? Yeah, it helps a lot. Yeah, and with posture, a core helps. Working on core exercises. This is like the base of your everything here, and then your limbs are connected to your spine. So when you get this right, it really helps let everything fall into place. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Yeah. Really, it's like because everybody's feet are so different. But like if you're being specific about like width, definitely like some shoes don't come in wide. Don't force yourself into a shoe that you know, like even though it's so cute, it doesn't come in wide. Like go for the other option. I'm not a fan of like the ones with the air. I feel like they're like, for me, like I am on a heel. It's a little hard. It really is like your foot, your foot. I wouldn't get anything that you can easily slip on and off. You have to retie your shoe every time. Like as tempting as it is to like just do that, work on your client. Okay, I'm gonna change, and then I'm just gonna like throw them back on and like force my foot in. I didn't retie and like hug my foot. They're too loose. If you can like, these are fly knits, you know, so it's kind of like a sock. So this might be the exception, but that would be a specific shoe. You want to be able to, you have to retie your shoe every time. Don't slip them on and off. Yeah. Converse are the worst. That doesn't count. Yeah, Vans don't count. Yeah. If it's over $100,